All right, what's going on, guys? Help some people out. Been many of people who desire and wish for me to hold another class, and at some point I'll put something together. I've started a multitude of different class subject matters, and as you guys know, it takes an extraordinary amount of time and effort to put classes together. And this is from my last banking class that we had, and I want to set some facts to help people ascend of the mind. And it's taken me about 15 years to get where I'm at today. I've been involved in more court cases than Carter's got nuts, and that's not an exaggeration. Whether they were my own legal entity cases or they were for other people, who successfully helped many people disavow the mortgage contract in a plethora of ways. There's more than one way to skin a cat. I'll testify here and now that I do not have all your answers, okay? And I will let you know that I do not know everything there is to know. I'm a student. I learn more and more every day. I associate with people who are former bar members, former judges, a incredible amount of different legal scholars from all ages. I dismiss none of them, by the way. I have disdain for the Bar Association and what they are, only through my studies can I affirm that. But I also understand that not everybody involved is bad by nature. They've just been misled or not fully informed, as the majority of the populace has been. So I try to withdraw from having ill will, animosity to people themselves, as they've been misguided either intentionally or unintentionally. So with that said, even if you have a piece of paper stating that you're intelligent from some accredited college, understand and know that there is no substitution for reading on your own. The establishments that have been established are structured in such a way to ensure a certain thought process is exhibited, and in turn what it does is structure a society for usufruct. And if you don't know what usufruct is, let me tell you, usufruct. You need to understand what usufruct is and what social engineering is. It's not limited just to the colleges, by the way, or the educational institutions. It's exhibited in your churches. It's exhibited in the 501c3s, all right? So the way that they socially engineered society is remarkable. These people are absolute geniuses in what they have accomplished and the way for which they have accomplished it. Trust law is the highest law in the land. And what we're going to go over tonight, and I will try not to carry on for 18 straight hours, but it may get into that. So if you're following on TikTok, you may want to find a recording device and record this. I'm going to add to what I've already built that has led many people to success. Success is defined in the eye of the beholder, I guess. Some people are happy with just getting court cases dismissed. I don't necessarily consider that success, but who am I to judge? Okay? So if you're just looking for a simple dismissal, so be it. If you were challenging jurisdiction and abandoning the securities on the other side and you find that to be success, kudos to you. I would say Continue to read. Again, there's no substitution for reading. I didn't acquire this knowledge overnight. It did not come to me freely. I spent time in prison. What's it asking me to do? Swipe? Swipe. Okay, now how do I... Okay, there we go. I've spent time in prison. I've spent time in jail. This is not a path that is easy to walk. Understand that trials and tribulations are what build character. It's not what they say about you, but how you come through in the end that defines who you are. It's not the things that you have done, but rather the way that you responded that defines your character. We're not going to be talking about special verdicts and general verdicts tonight and things of the nature of the courts, but understand that everything we speak of tonight does pertain to the courts, because the courts are banks administering, under Chapter 11, a bankruptcy of the United States for which you are a preferred stockholder, a preferred investor with special drawing rights. You are the credit. And it will get a little confusing this evening as we go along, because you're going to see that I will be referencing creditors as the insolvent corporations registered with the Secretary of State's office in all 50 states and registered in Washington, D.C. as well. And so it may get a tad confusing. I will try with great clarity to express why I'm calling them the creditors. It's what they recognize. I use their own documentation and instrumentation against them. There's a lot of misnomers out there. There's a lot of people that say that the UCC is law. The UCC is not law. Okay? The UCC, and its most eloquent explanation, would be the common law of the federal government. But it is not law. So please don't confuse it to be law, as it is not. It's more a set of principles and guidelines that they follow. Now, can the UCC be attributed to being something similar to law? Yes, because UCC 1-103.6 clearly states that the UCC must be in harmony with God's law, natural law, nature's God. All right, so everything is going to go back to trust law. Is the USC, the United States Code, or the United States Code annotated law? It is not. And we're going to touch base on that, and we're going to talk more to it. You'll notice that when I use the UCC, I say in the spirit of. Okay? It's in the spirit of, because it's supposed to be in harmony with natural law, God's law, nature's God. I don't call it the law. I say in the spirit of in my documentation. There are many, 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 many remedies, whether they be administrative remedies, lawful remedies, legal remedies. Understand this, that remedies are akin to rights, and rights are remedies, and rights are also property. And you can't be denied property without due process of law. It's very, very important to comprehend that. So rights, property, and remedy are all one and the same. You can't have rights without property, and you can't have property without rights, and you can't have remedy unless there's trespass or tort. Okay? Not all torts are criminal, but every criminal act has a tort, because the criminal act is a violation of your rights, and rights enforced lead to remedies, and remedies and rights are property protected by the Fourth Amendment. Due process of law. We may be talking about administrative law under maritime admiralty at some point this evening, and we'll be showing the distinction between public and private. It's important. Although they do not commingle, both jurisdictions can run simultaneously and congruent. You may lose in the public venue and prevail in the private. There is an illusion that must be maintained so as not to start a civil war. leading to insurrection, sedition, rebellion. You're not supposed to commingle the public and the private, and a lot of people who are discovering this say that you can't operate in two jurisdictions simultaneously. The truth of the matter is you cannot commingle. Under the Judicature Act, they commingled. They're all operating under administrative law, administering a bankruptcy. You don't have judges in the United States, okay? And you have to go back to the Reorganization Act of 1871 to fully comprehend this. This is not something you're going to get overnight. This is not something that I would advise anybody to run out and start controversies without fully comprehending, because you will more than likely not prevail. It's like riding a bike. You're not going to learn how to ride a bike without skinning your knee. And if you skin your knee once and decide not to get back on the bicycle and try again, well, then you will never learn. So expect to find resistance when you finally find your soul and your spirit and the heart to stand up for what's true, correct, accurate, and not misleading. True, correct, accurate, and not misleading. Okay? Truth is subjective. Truth is an opinion. We want what is true, accurate, correct, and not misleading. And we always operate in good faith. Always. Always. Intent can only be proven in one distinct way. It must be affirmed or admitted by the one who preconceived the actions taken. All right? So, in Admiralty Maritime, you will see that prosecutors will state on insufficient defective pleadings that the defendant resides or is a resident, and that's a rebuttable presumption. There's no evidence to substantiate that fact. And it is your duty to rebut and rebuke it. And let me stop the quibbling right now. There are going to be all these people out there that say, oh, but we were never informed. It's not their duty to inform you. They do have to publish it, but it is not their duty to inform you of your rights. If you don't know your rights, you have no rights. I promise you that. I went to the School of Hard Knocks, dropped out of school at 13 years old. I have no credentials as far as the legal class of people that are out there. I never went a day to law school. I have never went to college to be a paralegal, but I surround myself with those types of individuals who have gone that journey, and they have helped me ascend of the mind expeditiously, and I am forever grateful for that. Not all of them have been honorable. Most of them, in sharing with me, are attempting to get me to see things the way that they were taught. And I know better than to follow people blindly. I need the literature. So this evening I will do my best to provide you the literature where I find this information. When it all boils down, when it all comes down to brass taxes, knowing who you are, and most importantly, what you are not, is quintessential. If you do not have this comprehension, you may struggle. In most instances, the courts, which are really banks, administering the bankruptcy on behalf of the President of the United States, are going to use deception, false and misleading and deceptive trade practices, false conveyance of language to ensnare you in an artifice and a scheme and leave you in the position, the capacity of debtor. Your status has already been well affirmed. You are a creation of the heavenly creator, And therefore, he has already determined what and who you are and what your purpose is. So it's not about status. It's about capacity and understanding capacities. And knowing that in the fictional realm, when two rights concur in the same person, it is as though they are two separate persons. Persons is not man. Person is a capacity. And understanding those capacities will help you navigate the system well and make you fine-tuned, giving you the capability of fending for oneself and your family, community, God, and country. The United States of America is not the United States. Dissimilar things should not be joined, and similar is not same. We have to understand these sound doctrines and principles, these maxims that I speak of. Short, pithy sentences that have stood the test of time for tens of thousands of years and will stand the test of time for tens of thousands of years to come. I use them every day, and you would be wise to start studying them, to use them for your benefit. We need to be perfectly clear. I nor anyone I know is attempting to get out of anything. If your intent, your purpose, is to get out of something, then you already are guilty. You're guilty of the mind, mens rea. You more than likely will fail and not prevail. So if you are here with the mindset of trying to get out of something, understand you've already lost before you have begun. If you're here to ascend of the mind and grasp a firm comprehension of the way the system works, you're headed in the right direction. Freedom is about accountability, liability, and responsibility. And most people, although they decree and cry for freedom, as soon as they taste it or catch a glimpse of it, quickly about face 180 degrees the other direction and beg for the system to take care of them. Freedom isn't free. There is a lot of responsibility, accountability, and liability that comes with it. And you alone are the only one responsible for it. You are the republic if you can keep it. We have to understand the difference between public law and private law. You have to know that there are 4 branches to the government, not 3, as you have been so carefully instructed to socially engineer your mind to believe that there are only 3 powers that be. There are 4. 4. We the people being the primary. We the people. We the people as a collective have set terms and conditions which are the words that define contract. The Constitution is twofold. On one aspect, it's a trust. On the other aspect, it is a commercial charter. It is rules of engagement defined by we, the people. The most powerful form of the government is we, the people. And you can overthrow and change and amend and reform your form, not we, the people's form, your form of government anytime you see fit. What you cannot do is amend, abolish, and reform somebody else's form of government. This is why it's an independent ascension of the mind, not a group collective. The republic is an individual thing. It is not a group. It's hard for people to grasp that concept. Above all, we the people get our delegation of authority from the Heavenly Father himself, the almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful creator. We exhibit sovereignty. We are not the true sovereign. We exhibit sovereignty. The true sovereign is the creator, for he who creates is master and answers to no one. As an example, Microsoft does not delegate to Bill Gates authority or how things will be done. Rather, Bill Gates, who is the creator of Microsoft, delegates the authority and the standards to which things will be executed and performed. The created can never be greater than the creator. And this is why, when you comprehend these fundamental principles, that you will soon understand that under the Reorganization Act of 1871, they had every right to do what they did. But you have a free will choice on whether or not you want to be a subject, slave, serf, bondservant. The choice is yours and yours alone. There's a difference between the Union of States and the United States. There's a compact, an agreement. You have to make the conscious decision of where your standing is and in what capacities you choose to move forward. It's not one single piece of paper that will liberate you. This is something that is going to encompass the rest of your entire existence physically on this earth. You are going to constantly have to be reading, comprehending, and ascending of the mind. Their statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules and regulations, provisions are forever changing, and that's why they will tell you that it is fluid. And they're correct. It is fluid. Their system is always ever changing to socially engineer the people to do as they would like them to do. The law, on the other hand, is written in concrete. The law, don't touch what doesn't belong to you. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. Honor your word, because your word is your bond, and keep your fucking feet and hands to yourself. That's the law. It's written in concrete. What they're doing in their system, which they call fluid, is social engineering. So, without further ado, got the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. This is something one of my mentors had to point out to me. He's like, Derek, you're always beating your war drum. Call you Derek Shaitan Gonzalez Two Feathers over here because you're always beating your little war drum, wanting to go to war. When after the Reorganization Act of 1871, there were agencies put in place to go to war for you. You just need to give them your delegation of authority to do what needs to be done. You just need to tell them, inform them, make an observation, create a record, and report it to them, and they will go do the bidding for you because you don't have any power to tell these people what to do. The agencies, the administrative agencies, have the power to tell these financial institutions what to do. Under Proclamation 2039 and Proclamation 2040, everything in the administrative side, the Admiralty Maritime, is a financial institution. Everything. I don't care if it's Target, Walmart, Bank of America, U.S. Bank. It doesn't matter. Your local lawn care service is a financial institution. They're all subject to the IRC, the Internal Revenue Code, and the IRM, the Internal Revenue Manual. It's all business. Under the Reorganization Act, there is no judiciary. There is no legislative branch. There is no Congress. It's all underneath the executive branch, wherein Congress becomes the advisor to the commander-in-chief under Military War Powers Act, administering a bankruptcy. And the judicial system then becomes the administrators administering the bankruptcy on behalf of the commander-in-chief. Super simple. This is why if you've ever been to court, they tell you the Constitution has no bearing in this courtroom. Because what they are doing has nothing to do with the Constitution and everything to do with the executive branch and administering a bankruptcy, a Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So, we use the FDCPA. We use the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. We use FACTA, Fair and Accurate Credit Transaction Act. We use TIGTA, the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration. Very important. TIGTA is very, very important. TILA, the Truth in Lending Act. GAAP, General Accepted Accounting Principles. FASB, Financial Accounting Standards Board. IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. The FTC, Federal Trade Commission, and the SEC, Securities Exchange Commission. These are some of the things and entities you need to become familiar with. And this is not an exhaustive list, by the way, because we also have the Office of Inspector General of the United States Post Office, the Office of Inspector General for the United States Postal Service. Remember, just because the United States Postal Service was created, the power to create can never be greater than the creator, which means even though they created something else, it doesn't mean that it abolishes or replaces what existed prior. The Republic is still very much alive and well. It's about your comprehension of the system and comprehending how to enforce your rights, titles, interests, dividends, derivatives, debentures, hediments, general tangibles, general intangibles, chattels, securities, trust residuals, trust residue, rents, profits, and proceeds. It all belongs to you. You are the original source value issuer of all issue. You are the only one that is solvent in the system. Every business registered with the Secretary of State's office is insolvent under Chapter 11 bankruptcy and therefore couldn't possibly be a creditor of the United States. I always find it amusing in foreclosures when an insolvent for-profit entity is attempting to foreclose, claiming to be the creditor, all while being registered with the Secretary of State's office, which proves, just by the registration, that they're insolvent. You are a preferred stockholder in every corporate entity, joint business venture, private association that is registered with the Secretary of State. The birth certificate proves it. You don't own the birth certificate. The birth certificate is a warehouse receipt that proves a very large debt is due and owing. And we'll explain that more this evening. Again, I don't know everything there is to know. I just came on here this evening to help provide some clarity from my firsthand learned knowledge and experience within the courts, from writing Congress, from speaking to senators and other politicians about the things that I have discovered in the 15 years that I've been at this. I am not the end-all be-all. I do not have all your answers. I will not have time to respond to all of your inquiries and emails that are sent to me. I just don't. I don't have that kind of luxury. I'm only one guy. I don't have an army of people behind me that help manage these resources. All I can do is put classes together and show it to you with firsthand acquired knowledge and experience. That's it. That's all I can do. The rest is upon you. Because again, freedom is an independent thing. It's not a collective. It's about accountability, responsibility, and liability. Do you have the ability to create a record? That's accountability. If you have the ability to make an observation and create the record, that's an accounting. Everything deals in the Admiralty maritime system with accounting. Period. End of story. The only thing that matters is the account numbers and the numbers of credits issued into the system. Debt is the new form of money. Debt needs to always maintain its circulation, for if it should ever stop for even a moment in time, the whole fiat system is destroyed. It implodes. It must always be in circulation, which is why they write statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations and enforce them as though they are criminal in nature to issue new bonds and securities. The courts, or the alleged courts that you're entering into, are really banks enforcing statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations that are directly tied to penal sums and penal bonds. And they need to create that new debt in order to have new monies of account circulating. And where do they get new debt? Well, you can't have debt without a creditor. You can have credit without debt, but you can't have debt without credit. So who do you presume is the creditor in this scenario in the court? You are. They need your participation in order to generate the new money into the system. The new credits on account, if you will, that create a debt. Debt has value. That's why organizations buy and sell debt, because it has value in this fictitious monetary system. By the end of this evening, you will understand that not only are you the creditor, but you're also in the position of being able to claim the debt. Because if you created the credit that created the debt, debt also belongs to you. Debt is not a bad thing. We've been socially engineered to believe that debt is horrible. Well, if debt's so horrible, why are all these corporations trying to accumulate it in massive purchases? Because debt has value. You're going to realize that just because the debt belongs to you doesn't mean that you're the debtor. So, without further ado, one of the most important things that people have to grasp the concept of is how trusts are formed. Because everything that we're doing deals with trust. Trust law is the highest law on the land. BD versus Guggenheim Exploration Co., 1919, 225 New York 380, is a New York State law case concerning the test for the imposition of a constructive trust. I would say 98.9% of the times in these mock trials, these mock courts, it is a constructive trust, with the exception that you've been federally indicted by a grand jury for a capital crime or other heinous act. So 98.9% of the time, it's a constructive trust. It is best known for a quote from the leading opinion of Justice Cardozo. The constructive trust is the formal through which the conscience of equity finds expression. When property has been acquired in such circumstances that the holder of the legal title may not in good conscience retain the beneficial interest, equity converts him into a trustee. When you give them, as a financial institution, your securities intermediaries, a financial instrument of a financial nature that has actual cash value, it's foreign currency to the United States. Your promissory note, letter of credit, bill of exchange, draft is foreign currency. It's new monies that need to be ledgered and accounted for. When you give that over-the-counter security, to the securities intermediary, who is a trustee, they have a duty to perform. But you have to show them your intent. See, if you give a blank endorsement, they're allowed in maritime admiralty to convert it to their benefit and utilize it however they see fit, because they presume and assume in maritime admiralty that you have given them a gift. That presumption and assumption stands until you correct the record. And you can correct the record at any time. That over-the-counter security is actual cash value. It is a foreign currency to the United States, as the United States is using Federal Reserve notes that are for bank-to-bank transfers and for no other purposes are authorized. So comprehending that you giving value, which is value in consideration, to a foreigner who's operating on behalf of an insolvent corporation that is part of a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and you have given them value in consideration, they owe you a performance. They owe you a performance as trustee. If they had performed, then they would have rights, titles, and interest to the over-the-counter security. But they have not performed. And in not performing, they have no rights, titles, and interest to negotiate your instrument without your express written consent and full disclosure. That would be a denial of due process of law and breach of trust. They don't have rights, titles, and interest to your instrument. They never performed. And that could be proven within the first 24 hours. Because they never return to you in the form of the restoration of your rights, rights being property, right? The remedy is to give you the actual value for your over-the-counter security. And they never did that. And therefore, they're holding something of value without performance, making them the trustee without the authorization to sell, negotiate, or transfer, without just compensation to you, first and foremost. So there's no such thing as an innocent purchaser when you comprehend this, because the bank or financial institution should have explained it like a trustee sale. We're going to go ahead and sell you this negotiable instrument here, but understand you can't get title insurance for it. There's cloud on title here. We don't actually own the rights, titles, and interest to this instrument. See, they should have given disclosure, just like the sheriff does at a trustee sale, informing the buyer beware caveat. Okay? You always have a claim to your financial instruments. You are the original source value issuer of all issue. And I didn't say that. Congress did. So, comprehending a constructive trust and how it comes about, and what happens when there's a lack of performance, well, on Beatty versus Guggenheim Exploration Co., Justice Cardozo eloquently stated it as blatant as possible, that when they fail to perform on your good conscience and value and consideration, they automatically become trustees. Trustees have to do what you tell them to do. Jurisdictions. I know that there's a mountain of different jurisdictions in maritime admiralty. I'm cognizant of that fact. What I'm going to explain to you now is that there are only 2 jurisdictions that you need to be concerned with and comprehend in order to move. Okay? Because this is chess, not checkers. On the private side, you have concurrent, auxiliary, and exclusive. The public side is very envious of the private side and has mirrored the private side in maritime admiralty, law of merchant, and order, or law of mercantile, in order to give the appearance of law. So on the public side, you have war powers. They're allowed to lie to you. Okay, they're allowed to deceive you. They're allowed to use language that is deceptive on the public side. On the private side, it's a whole different ballgame. So these are the two jurisdictions, public and private. That's it. And yes, on the public side, there's oogles of different jurisdictions. Okay, but on the private side, it's real simple. You have concurrent equity, auxiliary equity, and exclusive equity. That's it. On the private side, you have equity, nature's God, God's law, rights, immunities. Okay? On the public side, you have Roman civil equity, privileges and benefits. There's difference. Privileges and benefits are not rights. Privileges are something man created and concocted, and if you subject yourself to it with free will, making a conscious decision to be part of the public side, then at any time they can take away your privileges and benefits. But you can never take away rights. Rights are immutable. So let me give you an example of how things are equitable by nature and equitable by characteristic. On the public side, you have equitable by characteristic, which is exhibited in the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code. All right? It's equitable by characteristic. How can I say that affirmatively? UCC 1-103.6. The UCC must be in harmony with natural law, God's law, nature's God. Okay? So it's equitable by characteristic. It's not equitable exclusively. And then what do we have? Equitable by nature. Well, God's law. Cause no harm. Do no wrong. Honor your word. Don't touch what doesn't belong to you. Right? That's equitable by nature. On the private side, you have trust law, trust indenture, private trust, notice of interest, statement of interest, notice of trust, certificate of trust. That's all on the private side. But, like I said, the public side is ever envious of the private side. And to have this dual system running concurrently, they have to mirror it. So what do they have on the public side? Statutory trust law, statutory trust indentures, statutory notice of interest, statutory statement of interest, statutory notice of trust indenture, statutory certificate of trust. Two jurisdictions running concurrent simultaneously. One equitable by nature, the other one equitable by characteristic. On the private side, you have subrogation, suretyship, grantor, grantee, trustee, beneficiary, natural law, lawful, right and wrong, morality, moral fiber, moral compass, perfect title, lawful money, gold, silver. Article 1, Section 10. Remember, the Constitution is twofold. On the public side, it's a corporate charter. On the private side, it's a trust ordained by the Heavenly Father himself. And that's why Article 1, Section 10 says no debt can be paid other than by way of gold and silver issued by the United States Mint. In the Bible it says, over 800 times, gold is good. No alchemist in the world that I know of yet has ever been able to recreate, remaster, or reproduce gold. So we have been given a means for barter and exchange by the Heavenly Father himself that can't be replicated, which prevents usufruct, interest, which shall not be had. But in the public side, they have found a way to use usufruct and create interest in the fictitious monetary system that has been devised. By the way, this fictitious monetary system, when you learn how to use it, benefits you to such a degree it would blow your mind. There is nothing that you cannot accomplish or ascertain if you dedicate yourself to study and comprehending how the system works. On the private side, you have ownership, which is under the doctrine of merger. You have legal and equitable title in one. and no one has a superior or higher claim, root title, perfect title. Okay? On the public side, they have separated legal and equitable title, and in doing so, you have the right of use, but they can take it at any time without just compensation. So people go, well, how can they take my automobile from the side of the road without just compensation? That violates the Fifth Amendment and the Fourth Amendment. Of course, because you have subjected yourself to the public side by registering it. The only obligation we have is to give notice from the private to the public of our interest. Period. But on the public side, they want you to register it, which is to bequeath or gift it to them. And that's why you pay a rent to use it. On the public side, you have tenants. On the private side, you have grantee absolute, which collapses the trust. On the private side, we have name decree, land patent, letters patent, land patent and letters patent. It's actually a letters patent. They call it a letters patent because it's just one single letter. Remember, all the lands were ceded to the United States, and then the United States could not, the United States of America. And the United States of America could not hold on to the lands, and there had to be a process for which they distributed the lands, and it was through letters patent. If you have a letters patent issued that's directly correlated and tied to your warranty deed, joint tenancy deed, whatever kind of deed you have, and you trace it all the way back, you can prove that the United States doesn't have jurisdiction or the ability to tax your property because it's yours. Letters patent were guaranteed forever to the heirs and assigns. Okay? Meaning that no statutory legislation could ever impede or trespass on your claim via letters patent. Now, there are people out there that argue with that, but that's just exactly what the letters patent says. Name decree, decrees, declaratory judgments, Article 3, subsection 2, subpart 1 venues, okay, the actual judiciary, where you were guaranteed a one Supreme Court, not Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, military tribunals, okay, which is how they operate in the public. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, their jurisdiction extends only to 10 square miles. That's it. That's it. And no further. Military forts, arsenals, bridges, and state capitals. That's it. The private side, reality, equitable title, absolute title, root title, private property, inheritance, heirs, covenant, maxims, extraordinary writs. What do I mean by extraordinary writs? Well, you have the extraordinary writ of mandamus, the extraordinary writ of quo warranto, the extraordinary writ of habeas corpus. Okay? Well, the public side is envious of the private and again has to mirror it. So what do they have? Well, they have writs of quo warranto, writs of mandamus. Notice how they're not extraordinary writs, they're just writs. It's a simulated legal process on the public side, and it's the actual judiciary and lawful construct on the private side. Two different, very distinct jurisdictions. For example, on the public side, you have simulated legal processes with sham legal pleadings, which are unsworn, unverified by unknown, unregistered, false and fictitious names and entities. But on the private side, everybody must be properly identified. Nobody is allowed to use a misnomer or unsworn pleadings to move forward on the private side. On the private side, you have constitutional protections of your rights. On the public side, all of that means nothing. It's under war powers. They engage in the legal system, which is the undoing of God's law, versus the lawful system on the private side, which is the word of God. Keep his statutes. Be true to his statutes. keep the law. It's sacred. It's written on your heart. On the legal side of things, we have moral turpitude. They engage in piracy. They're privateers on our land, trying to suck you into their foreign jurisdiction. On the public side, they come in from the public side into the private, usurping power otherwise not delegated to them, and try to ensnare you to come into their public for-profit venues, which they call courts. And they're really not courts. They're banks administering a bankruptcy, trying to generate new credit on account through false and misleading and deceptive trade practices, alleging that somehow you have engaged in some type of criminal activity. For a crime to have been committed, there must be an aggrieved party. There must be a man or woman making a claim of harm, damage, loss, or a hardship you have caused through your actions. Real simple shit. On the public side, you have legal, moral turpitude, color of title. Color of title, where they color you to be a tenant. Okay? Color of law. All right? Where they create things that resemble law, have the appearance of law, but in fact are not law and have no obligation to enforce and no obligation to obey. You have color of authority on the public side. On the private side, you have a peace officer, an actual agent who's a trustee who is bound by the Constitution to serve you. I want you guys to understand servant is a very prolific position to put yourself in. It's an act of selflessness. Okay? And I hear so often people use the word servant as though they're wiping their feet on somebody. And I think that's a bad mindset to have, because a servant who's actually honoring their duty and their oath should be praised for their commitment to the people. Versus servant on this side is to serve and protect the public interest. If you've ever called 911, it takes them 30 minutes to get to your house. Go to Walmart and do something that Walmart doesn't agree with. They'll call 911. They'll have police officers there in a minute or less, because their interest is to serve and protect the public on the public side, which all has to do with bankruptcy. All has to do with maritime admiralty law. On the public side, you have fiction, admiralty, simulated legal process, sham pleadings, taxes, usury, usufruct, legal title, use of property, lying by omission. Means they don't always tell you the actual truth, right? You inquire about something and they give you a non-response. And by their non-response is an omission, an admission by omission. And that's how they utilize the public side. On the private side, if you were to inquire about something, they have a duty to respond. There's a maximum of law that says when you have a duty to respond, your silence can only be equated to fraud. That's on the private side. On the public side, they're allowed to lie to you under War Powers Act, the military doctrine. Private side, you have grace, eloquence, harmony, love, faith, remedy, family, the law that's common to you, law common to I, spirituality, the right to face one's accuser, grand jury, trial by jury, delegation of authority, equality, right to privacy, right to contract at will, de jure government, right to self-govern, free will, the right to free trade, barter, the right to be made whole, the right to your private intellectual property, autograph, the right to make a living, life free from the legal constraints of another, the right to bring claim, solvency, creditor, man, woman, divine right, organic constitution, Bill of Rights, union states, on the land, sound doctrine, sound principles, doctrines of merger, elector, private core rights, civilian due process of law or civilian judicial power. You have an abode, substantive, and unalienable rights. On the public side, you have war, commerce, death, Roman civil common law, Roman civil maxims, religion, permission, involuntary servitude, jury trial, not trial by jury, simulated grand juries, U.S. citizens, Title 28, 3002, 15A, B, and C, bankruptcy, insolvency, plaintiff, defendant, debtor, de facto, justice, Democrat, Republican, state of, in the state. Hold on, it's asking me to put a puzzle piece in here. Sorry, it got disconnected there for a second. We'll continue on. Justice, Democrat, Republican, state of, in the state, real estate, volunteer, employee, officer, voter, non-judicial power, municipal code, practice, general public, at law, not in law, mode, practice, and procedures, legislative, territorial, District of Columbia jurisdiction, lienable, the privilege to complain, right? So on the public side, you have the privilege to complain. On the private side, you have a right to make a claim. Real simple. Understanding new laws and the guiding principles of a massive established volume of jurisprudence called equity, practicing unincorporated private orthodox American citizen of the United States of America, not the United States, and national of one of the union members of states, of a judicial nature with a private abode and privately domiciling within a non-military occupied private reservation, not subject to the jurisdiction of the military municipal laws of the United States. Notice how the United States is clearly distinguished from the United States of America and the Union of States. Notice how what is being explained here is that Arizona is a reservation, okay? It's a reservation of we the people, and that the state of Arizona is wholly single and separate from Arizona, two different jurisdictions, okay? With political domiciled in the 10th Amendment, which is where your bundle of rights, some of your bundle of rights are held. The rest are held in Article 9, the 9th Amendment, excuse me. The 10th Amendment, you have your bundle of rights. Okay, no ex post facto laws, no letters of marque, letters of reprisal. Nothing shall be coined in payment for a debt other than gold and silver coin. Okay? No state may emit any letters of credit, so on and so forth. It's so important to understand these two very distinct, very different jurisdictions. Non-military occupied private reservation, not subject to the jurisdiction of military municipal laws. Municipal laws, ladies and gentlemen, that is bondage, involuntary servitude, peonage, and slavery. Why? Denial of due process of law. Did not explain to you that you're not subject to the District of Columbia, which is not part of the United States of America. It is a corporate entity, wholly distinct and separate from the United States of America. Laws of the United States, modes, procedures, processes, with one's juristic person domiciled in the 10th Amendment of the Organic Constitution for the United States of America as a citizen of one of the Union of States known as Arizona, one's place of nativity, granting rise to this Arizonan, right? The Government Styles Manual, Chapter 5, page 95, 2016 of the GPO Styles Manual. Acknowledging and accepting the organic preamble and constitution for Arizona as a trust, covenant, and indenture for the greater good of we the people, as intended beneficiaries and heirs, as affirmed on February 14, 1912, as Arizona's admission as the 48th and final state to join the Union of States, entering into compact to form the United States of America as defined in Articles of Confederation, Article 1, Section 1, retaining we the people's sovereignty, free will, independence, power, jurisdiction, the right to self-govern, and rights not delegated to the United States of America in Congress assembled. I hope you guys comprehend how powerful that prolific statement is. What I mean by this statement of fact is that the Articles of Confederation set forth a precedent and foundation which still exists, whereas we the people still and forevermore are endowed by our Creator with sovereignty and free will, never relinquishing to any form of government our right to self-govern. No government throughout the world has ever had the power to alter or destroy said authority for which they did not rightfully grant nor bestow upon we the people as men. For the author and source of said authority is greater than us all, and thus cannot be altered by man, nor any congregation of men, no matter how great in number. Equity on the private side is and has the ability of time travel, to travel back in time to provide remedy for any wrong that may have occurred or been incurred causing harm, damage, or loss, or a hardship. It is important to note that a trespass remains a trespass until remedy is had. Why? Because remedy are rights and rights are property. All right? And so a trespass remains a trespass until the restoration occurs in the form of a remedy, the restoration of your rights, titles, and interest. In the exclusive jurisdiction of equity, there are no statutes of limitations, because a wrong is a wrong and continues to be a wrong and continues to cause harm, damage, loss, and a hardship until remedy is had. Okay? Aristotle in 384 BC, equity, Aristotle had said equity is the correction of the general words when the matter fall outside their senses. Joseph's story, thus, Aristotle has defined the very nature of equity to be the correction of the law wherein it is defective by reason of its universality. Sir Edward Coke, 1552 through 1634, Surrogates Court of the City of New York County, September 1917, the law of nature is that which God at the time of creation of the nature of man infused into his heart for his preservation and direction, moral law. Call also the law of nature. The departures from the express command of the statute are determined by no principle of the law of evidence, but by principles of an equitable character excogitated by the judges themselves from those ideal juristic conceptions known roughly to us as equity and once as the law of nature. The story of the stoning adulterating woman, Jesus used the God conscious mind to judge not the common law, Pharisee or Roman martial law. All right. So the common law that people like to refer to is actually the law of the Pharisees, Roman civil law. That's what in maritime admiralty you're receiving. When you say, I want common law, they're going, don't worry, sit down. We're going to give you all kinds of common law. We call case law, even though we're not authorized to create the law, we're going to convince you that it is the law, which is really just the opinion of somebody else under Caesar's rule, under Roman civil law, using Roman civil maxims. Because why? They're banking. What are they banking on? You not having the intellectual superior knowledge to stand on your square enforcing the actual law. They're at law and you are in law, protected by the Heavenly Father's covenant, comprehending and understanding the difference in capacities. The law of first mention from Matthew 3:15, the first use of the word righteousness, from the Greek dictionary meaning equity of character or act, specifically character, justification, righteousness. Righteousness is always found in your intent. Signing documents with financial institutions without qualifying or stating your intent is falling short of the grace of equity. You must state your intent. What is your intent? What is the purpose and the nature and the cause of the transaction? Is it private, or for private household consumer goods and no other uses are authorized? Or is it to engage in agriculture, commercial, or industrial purposes, which are commerce? Okay? And at that point, Maritime Admiralty has jurisdiction. You must state your intent. In Ecclesiastes 2:21, equity, a prime root, proper to be straight or right, by implication to be acceptable, also to succeed or prosper, direct, be right, prosper. State your intent, ladies and gentlemen. State your intent and never waver. Proverbs 1:3, to receive instruction in wise behavior, righteousness, justice, and equity. To seek counsel after the deed is done is always in vain. Seek counsel prior to taking action. Institutes of American Law, 1882, Volume 2, subsection 3724, Part 4. The law is nothing without equity, and equity is everything even without the law. Those who perceive what is just and what is unjust only through the eyes of the law, they're talking about statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations, never see it as well as those who behold it with the eyes of equity. Law may be looked upon in some manner as an assistance for those who have a weak perception of right and wrong. They lack moral turpitude. They lack moral fiber. They lack moral compass or moral conscience. In the same way that optical glasses are useful for those who are short-sighted or those whose visual organs are deficient. So the ones who really don't have the equitable eyes and ears to hear and see and comprehend the in-law, the lawful side of things, divert and use statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations because they are inept and blind in so many ways as to not have moral fiber or moral compass to know the difference between right and wrong. Therefore, they rely upon the law of the Pharisee, the statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations, because they're not cognizant. They're non-cosmentis, which means they don't have cognitive thought process of their own free will and volition to understand the difference between right and wrong. So they use statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations. In the same way that optical glasses are useful for those who are short-sighted or those whose visual organs are deficient. Equity in its true and genuine meaning is the soul and the spirit of the law. Okay? So when the soul and the spirit of the law are in harmony, we have law, ladies and gentlemen. Statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations so often do not have the spirit or the soul of the law. They have an intent, but are they congruent with the soul and spirit of the law, the intent? Subsection 5, equity, ignores fictions. The common law was then utterly incapable of doing complete justice in many cases, and in not a few cases it furnished no remedy or relief whatever. It had certain rigid molds or formulas. The common law, ladies and gentlemen, is the law of the Pharisees. It's Roman civil law. Okay, so everybody in the courts barking for common law, you're going to get it, and you're not going to like what you receive in 99.9% of the instances that you're groveling and asking and motioning for the common law. You're going to get exactly what you're asking for, not realizing what you're doing is putting you in a position that is less than favorable, into some of which every cause of action had to be cast. And if the cause could not be run into any of these molds, it's very rigid. It's structured militarily. All right. If it doesn't fit the mold, you get no right of remedy, redress, or relief. There was no redress. And it could be run into one of the molds. Only such redress as the formula gave could be had, regardless of the equities of the case. The real rights of the parties, the fictions, formalisms, and arbitrary technicalities of the common law and its dialectical refinements were inexplicable and incomprehensible jargon to the public, and often a costly mockery of justice to the litigant. Those who asked for bread were often given a stone, and those who applied for a fish sometimes received a serpent. Equity, on the other hand, disregards forms, ignores fictions, subordinated technicalities to the requirements of justice, and indulges in no dialectical refinements. In other words, equity looks at the substance and the intent and wholly disregards the form. It also disregards, in the interest of remedy and restoration, any of the subterfuge created by the statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations. It's so imperative you comprehend the power of the exclusive jurisdiction of equity. Okay? It's the fountain of grace, eloquence, forgiveness. All right? It is the very correction of the statutory law when the statutory law, codes, city ordinance, rules, regulations, and ordinances fall outside their senses and become tyrannical and oppressive to the people in the form of usufruct. And indulge in no dialectical refinements. Its pleadings were simple and natural, meaning there's no special words, ladies and gentlemen. There's no legalism going on. There's no dog Latin. There's no presumptions and assumptions. You declare it how you see it, how you know it to be true, and the one sitting on the bench as a chancellor is there to ask some inquiries in the event that he doesn't quite understand what you're trying to articulate, but in no way, form, or fashion is it to be used against you to abscond from providing the remedy that is just, fair, and equitable in its rendering. Now, on the legal side, you have to use specific words, right? And those meanings of those words from Black's Law First to Black's Law 11th can change. Therefore, they're fluid. Therefore, it may be hard for you in the public to actually find remedy because the word you use has 50 different meanings. On the private side, we demand. On the public side, you motion, beg, grovel, act like a serf, a peasant, a slave, a servant, a volunteer. Where on the private side, we make our decree and we enforce it for the restoration and remedy of all parties, not just ourselves, for all parties involved. Because there might be some rights and remedies of the other opposing party you don't see. And that's fine because in the exclusive jurisdiction, everyone is going to be made whole. What jurisdiction do you want to be a part of? You want to be part of the injustice system at law? Statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules and regulations, municipal code. You want to be part of the public sector that cannot differentiate between right and wrong morally? Or would you rather be in the exclusive jurisdiction of equity where everyone's made whole? Would it bother you that the award is 75% in your favor and 25% in the opposing party's favor because that's what's fair, equitable, and righteous? No, of course not. Difference in jurisdictions. Its pleadings were simple and natural. Its pleadings, by the way, are sworn to or expressed by the real man or woman in interest making the claim. Whereas at the at-law side, you have notice pleadings and fact pleadings. Notice pleadings don't have to have anybody swear under the pains and penalties of perjury. It can just be alleged. The allegations can be alleged, and therefore, on the public at-law side, they claim to have jurisdiction, and they move their happy asses right along to fleece and extort you as a private ad hoc for-profit corporation utilizing the UCC to negotiate negotiable instruments and put them in a secondary market for profit and gain and future return of interest. Versus the private side, we're just going to make everybody whole. Their interests will be protected. They will be made whole. The restoration of their rights through remedy will be had. And its doctrines were founded upon the eternal principles of right as interpreted by a lofty Christian morality. Its great underlying principles, the constant source, the never-failing roots of its particular rules, were the principles of equity, justice, morality, and honesty enforced according to the conscience and good faith, and so adapted to the requirements of each case and the compilations of business affairs that the rights and duties of all the parties were fully determined. When you're going to get a declaratory judgment to establish the rights, titles, duties, and obligations of the parties, the declaratory judgment, ladies and gentlemen, is an equitable decree. Only a man can get a declaratory judgment because only a man can swear out an affidavit as to what is true, correct, accurate, not misleading. Can Walmart swear out an affidavit? No. Can an agent on behalf of Walmart swear out an affidavit to get a declaratory judgment? No. Only man on man. Only a man can get a declaratory judgment. That's why we're always looking to establish the facts, the rights, titles, interests, and obligations of the parties. Rights, titles, duties of the parties. In a decree, a declaratory judgment. Now that we know the rights, titles, duties, and obligations of the parties, now we can move forward with the remedies. And now there's no controversy because the rights, titles, duties, and obligations have been established. So, for example, if I'm coming in the capacity of surety and I've ordered the alleged creditor to perform and they've failed to perform, we can go get the rights, titles, duties, and obligation of the creditor established in a declaratory judgment issued in our favor, knowing the capacity that we issued the demand or order of performance under. Blind justice with sword in one hand and scale in the other, condemning all in one scale and rewarding all in the other scale, is the divinity of the courts of, of law. The divinity of the courts of chancery, on the other hand, is open-eyed equity, having neither sword nor scale, wearing the breastplates of good reason and good conscience, using both hands to remove all forms of cloaks, veils, technicalities, and subterfuge that conceal or distort the real facts and circumstances of the case before her, separating the pure grain of what is true from the straw and chaff of fraud and artifice. See, in equity will not allow a statute, code, city ordinance, rule, or regulation to be used as a cloak for fraud or artifice or scheme. And apportioning to each party, whether complainant or defendant, what is good reason and good conscience is his just due. Subsection 35, Chancery has been the handmaiden of all courts in affording process to meet exigencies. She has done so in the face of tyranny to break loose the iron hand of power when grasping against conscience. See, in 1933, when they took your ability to pay, it created a trust. That's why people run around saying the United States is the obligor, having the primary active degree of fault to settle all debts. Well, it's all fine and well to be able to say that, but can you prove it? Where in the literature do you find it? Where and by what authority and what enforcement are you going to use in order to prevail? Because I'm not saying that those people are wrong, but they don't know the difference between positive law and non-positive law. They haven't done a thorough enough job of doing their due diligence to comprehend that Title 18 is not enacted into positive law. Utilizing Title 18 in a court, you might as well be pissing up a rope in wind. because they do not have to adhere to it. They do not have to acknowledge it. It's not the law. Does it give you an idea of what's transpiring? Yes. Is it true, accurate, correct, and not misleading? No. Because again, it's not enacted into positive law. Just like Title 42 is not enacted into positive law. Just like the 14th Amendment is not positive law. It's not been properly ratified. Okay? It's an option to contract. You have free will. If you want to be a 14th Amendment citizen, by all means, go ahead. If you want to operate in that capacity, because remember, your status is that of a man. You don't get to declare what you are. You've already been told what you are by the Creator himself. Okay? We're talking about capacities here. You want to operate in the capacity of the 14th Amendment citizen? By all means, have at it. I wouldn't. That's just my opinion on the subject matter. Harvard Law Review, Law and Morals. Such an opinion betrays a singular failure to appreciate the fundamental differences between law and equity, namely, that the law acts in rem, while equity acts in personam. The difference between the judgment at law and the decree in equity goes to the root of the whole matter. The law regards chiefly the right of the plaintiff and gives judgment that he recovers the land, debt, or damages because they are his. It's better to move your claim in equity versus being a complainant under the 14th Amendment. A defendant, a plaintiff, that's at law, not in law. In law is a claimant. Claimant and respondent. And gives judgment that he recovers the land, debt, or damages because they are his. Equity lays the stress upon the duty of the defendant and decrees that he do or refrain from doing a certain thing because he ought to act or forbear. That's an equitable estoppel, ladies and gentlemen. Equitable estoppel. In the form of a decree. Completely ignoring statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations, and doing what's right, just, and fair. It is because of this emphasis upon the defendant's duty that equity is so much more ethical than law. Courts of equity process powers far more important and infinitely more essential to the complete administration of justice than any ever created or conferred by legislative enactment. What makes you subject to the legislative statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules and regulations, and edicts of other men? What binds you to those? Only your free will, voluntary actions bind you, under what is known as the minimal contact doctrine. There's more to it. They say that the driver's license creates a minimal contact doctrine. I'm here to tell you right now, the driver's license belongs to the estate. It don't belong to you. If anything, you lend to it your conscience and physical ability and action. Personality, if you will. But that driver's license doesn't bind you to shit. It's only in your mind that you're bound to it. It's only in your conscience that you claim it as something that is yours. Let me ask you this. Who carries the primary active degree of fault for the things that they have created? Who created the driver's license? Who created the birth certificate? Who created the all caps name? Who carries the primary active degree of fault? In other words, what I'm asking is, who owns it? Who owns it? And if you think you do, then go to jail. Then enjoy being the debtor. Enjoy your suffering for your lack of knowledge. Which is voluntary, by the way. If you're going to continue to claim something you didn't create, then he who enjoys the benefit also must bear the burden. So enjoy it. That's a tough one for people to swallow. That's a tough one for people to swallow. You'll notice that throughout the evening, I'll be dishing out a plethora of maxims. A plethora of them. He who enjoys the fruit must also bear the burden. He who enjoys the benefit must also endure the burden. I don't care how you say it. Doesn't make any bit of difference. So if you're going to claim it as yours, at the at-law side, you have just subjected yourself to the pains and penalties. It's not mine. You don't have a driver's license? I do not. So this isn't you? No, that's an engraven image. It's a likeness similar to mine, but it is not me. For I am I, and that is a thing. In rem. Real simple. So who does this belong to? That is the question. Who carries the primary active degree of fault, Judge? Who's liable for that ens legis thingy? I've been led to believe the United States is liable for that. I merely lend consciousness and personality to it, and I have the right of use of it, but who carries the primary active degree of fault for it? Who's liable? Who has to pay the debt? Who's got the burden upon them? Who owns it? Because I won't dare claim ownership. The word homo corresponds to the English word man, and is, as the Romans expressed it, unus homo sentient pluribus personas, i.e., one man has many persons, or sustains many statuses, or many different conditions. As a man, you have the use of many different persons. And those rights at the at-law side that haven't been merged under the doctrine of merger are wholly separate and single in their nature. And although you may have the equitable right of use, right? Who owns it? They do. So who has the onus probandi on them? Who carries the primary active degree of fault and is liable for it? The United States. If you're just the agent on behalf of the principal, does the attorney ever go to jail? No. The principal, the one that holds the capacity of debtor or defendant, goes to jail. Is that something that you want to hold? Is that something you want to claim? And you don't even have to claim it. Your actions will do it for you. Your actions can create the joinder needed to hold you. The man. The hierarchy. God, man, electors, abode, private trust, private business. Then came the Constitution, the state constitutions, and then finally the joinder between the United States of America, the more perfect union, creating the federal government, which was charged with the duty of keeping the states in check when the states fell outside their senses and usurped power through usufruct otherwise not delegated to them. That was the need for the federal government. This is all prior to the Act of 1871, when they created their own little private business for profit and gain, utilizing deceptive trade practices and mirroring or mimicking what we the people had already created. Dissimilar things should not be joined, and similar is not same, ladies and gentlemen. That's why when people use case precedent to make their point, I always cringe. Do I read case precedent? Yes, I do. I glean things from it. But I also understand their situation can never be the same as mine. It could be similar, but dissimilar things should not be joined, and similar is not same. So you have to be able to make your own argument. You have to be able to stand on your own ground. Then you have government, executive, legislative, and judicial. You'll notice you don't see administrative there. We the people didn't create the administrative, did we? That's because the administrative is underneath the executive branch. And underneath the Reorganization Act of 1871, everything went underneath the executive branch because it's business, ladies and gentlemen. It's what it is. That's why they're called administrative law clerks, administrative law judges, administrative proceedings. It's all underneath the executive branch. You're in the wrong jurisdiction. And only you have the power to decree it, and only you have the power to change it. Period. If you're in a venue explaining to an administrative law judge sitting on the bench as a ministerial administrator the Constitution and the fact that they're in breach, and they say the Constitution has no bearing here, you're immediately going to leave because you're in the wrong motherfucking venue. And you're going to tell them that you are guaranteed and entitled under the 7th Amendment to a trial by way of jury. Not a jury trial, trial by way of jury. You are clearly in the wrong venue. Clearly in the wrong venue. As one of we the people, we are not subject to the legislative edicts issued under the executive branch under Title 42 and DHHS. I hope it's resonating what I'm conveying to you. It's so powerful. And when you put the administrative law judge on notice that if he proceeds in any way, it's an act of aggression, insurrection, sedition, and fucking treason, and that he is to cease and desist immediately, and he carries on, boom, his ass goes to Leavenworth or Guantanamo Bay through a proper process where you're going to let the House Judiciary Committee Review Board and the legislator know what these people are doing, trying to drag you into a foreign jurisdiction. And you're going to indict them. Your document is actually going to say indictment. To the House Judicial Committee Legislative Board for review. And you're going to impeach them with your indictment. Because they've engaged in mixed war against the Constitution. Mixed war against the people. They've engaged in peonage, bondage, slavery, involuntary servitude. They have used an artifice and a scheme to deny you your rights. And we can prove that it was with intent. How? Because they took an oath. And that oath said that they would protect, defend, and honor the Constitution. That's under Title 53331. That's their private for-profit oath of office under the Reorganization Act. Then there's the Title 4101 oath. Then you have Title 5 United States Code 3332, 3333 that they're non-compliant with. None of them have it. Not a one of them. And don't take my word for it. Demand the production of it. 72 hours to produce these documents. If you fail to do so, I'm moving immediately to impeach you. You're imitating an officer of the United States. And you're going to fucking prison. It's not a game. It's not a joke. When you start understanding and comprehending this, these motherfuckers will stand down or they will be eating nasty ass bologna sandwiches for the rest of their fucking days. You're going to have to stand on your square. You're going to have to stand with conviction because they're going to threaten you. Which, by the way, is unbecoming of a judge underneath the judicial canons in every fucking state. Any threat issued from the bench is a violation of the canon, which they are bound by. And every state assembly made sure, ensured that every state judicial officer is bound by the canons. Don't take my word for it. Go do your research. Under the de jure form of government, we have an executive, legislative, and judicial branch. Under the de facto, it's all under the executive, administering a bankruptcy. Then you have corporations, legal trusts, volunteers, employees, U.S. citizens, voters, address, zip code, lot block, parcel ID number, easements. All that shit falls underneath the Reorganization Act. Under war powers. Under military doctrine. Under the Trading with the Enemy Act. On the de jure side, you are the authority and the power, but if you don't know how to enforce it, they will torture and torment you. But I'm telling you how to enforce it. I'm showing you how to do it. I'm not going to do your paperwork for you. All I can do is provide the literature, express it in a multitude of ways that hopefully in one explanation or the other that you may ascend to the mind and catch what I am articulating to you. Again, I've been to prison multiple times, been to jail more than Carter's got nuts. I've engaged with these cretins in their at-law system so many times I can't even give you the number of times that I've been in courts. Either one, doing it for other people, which I have since stopped doing. It's detrimental to people, and of course they take advantage of it, don't learn their lesson, do something ignorant, fall back in the same position again, and because I didn't allow them to discover it on their own, they call me wanting me to twice over or three times over come and be their savior. I'm not your savior. God has already sent your savior, and I am not it. Not the second coming of Christ. I'm not your savior. I am but a servant, a humble servant at that, a brother in Christ, and must be about the Heavenly Father's good works to the best of my ability. That's it. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, to help you guys out. I need no recognition. I don't need any fame, because after all, that's how Lucifer got kicked out of heaven, claiming the glory that didn't belong to him. This is all because of the Heavenly Father. It has fuck all to do with me. So what you're experiencing this evening, what you're hearing, I need no gratitude for. I claim none of the glory. It all belongs to the Heavenly Father at the end of the day. Period. End of story. I've never won a case. He has won cases. And the people are the benefits and the receive the benefit and are the beneficiaries and the heirs to the things that he allows to be accomplished. So to complete the definition of law, we must say that it is a rule prescribed by law by a lawful superior. God is the first superior. Institutions of American Law, Volume 1, 1851 by John Bouvier. To make a law, there must be a superior who has the authority to make it, and an inferior who is bound by it. When man created the government, man did not give the government the ability to lay down legislative edicts, rules, regulations, ordinances, and so forth that applied to we the people. We created government to monitor commerce and to ensure that in a free capitalist society that the capitalists didn't gain so much wealth that they were able to manipulate the people, steal from the people, or create legislative edicts that bound the people to involuntary servitude. When Judge Gorsuch is running around the country telling everybody that the what was the case name? In 1984, they overturned, just recently this year, it's not the Exxon, the Enron case, where the Congress was being vague and allowing these entities to create policies and bylaws and allowing the creators of the policies and bylaws to enforce it as though it was law against the people. And you got Judge Gorsuch running around saying, that ain't happening anymore. Consequently, in 1984 is when George Orwell released that book, 1984, talking explicitly about what was transpiring and what was coming to be in the near future. And then we see recently the Supreme Court overturning this case. And now you can start to see the reality of the severity of the situation that people have been subjected to, wherein the Congress was very vague and ambiguous in the purported laws they were creating and allowing these entities to create policies and provisions and treat them as though it was the law and enforce penalties, fines, and incarcerations predicated on these corporations, whether federal or otherwise, policies. We the people never gave corporations the ability to do that in a free market enterprise. Absolutely not. In fact, that's what we created government for, so that would never happen. But it benefited the Supreme Court in 1984 to do so, utilizing the 14th Amendment and failing to rule on whether the 14th Amendment was constitutionally passed. What did the Supreme Court say on the 14th Amendment? They said it's a political issue and the judiciary cannot weigh in on a political issue. It's up for the Congress to decide whether it was properly adopted, the 14th Amendment, which is not true because the judiciary was put in place to make sure that the Constitution was absolutely abided by and that every amendment that shall come to pass was properly passed pursuant to the Constitution. So the Supreme Court was derelict in their duty. But why? You have to ask, but why? Under the Reorganization Act of 1871, it benefited them greatly administering the bankruptcy, taking all of the people's property and pledging it to do international business. It benefited the Supreme Court operating under the military doctrine under the Trading with the Enemy Act. It benefited the court to not make a ruling on whether or not the 14th Amendment was properly ratified. Let that sink in for a moment. Chevron deference, that's correct. That's what I'm speaking of. Now let's talk about banking. Let's talk about what Congress did. I hope the beginning of this intro helps you guys ascend to the mind and understand some things a little bit better. And now you'll see my method of teaching and how I do things, and you're going to see throughout this how I continue to point out to you directly where the literature from which I got the information is located. There's so many people out there that talk about things they've heard but can never directly direct you to the source. The source is where you're going to get the nourishment. The source, when you read it, is where you're going to gain a firm foundation and comprehension to be able to stand, have standing. All right? So when the administrative law clerks and law judges try to lie to you, buffalo you, and bullshit you, you can point directly to the source of the authority. And how they have the source is because we, the people, gave them the authority to protect us. And they did so. But you have to point it out. Public Law, Chapter 388, July 30th, 1947. 61, Statute at Large, 636, subsection 112. This is also found in Title I, United States Code 112. As I articulated earlier, the United States Code has two forms. One is positive law, and the other is non-positive law. You need to go review which is positive law, which is non-positive law. There's 27 in each. The United States statutes at large shall be legal evidence of laws, concurrent resolutions, treaties, international agreements, other than treaties, proclamations by the President, and proposed or ratified amendments to the Constitution of the United States therein contained. In all courts of the United States, the several states and territories and insular possessions of the United States. It didn't say the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. It's talking about the United States. So when you got these administrative law judges telling you the Constitution doesn't apply in this courtroom, we got news for them, don't we? Okay? So, statutes at large shall be legal evidence of the law, which means all you need do is orally iterate it or produce it in writing. You don't even have to subpoena it into a court case, the statutes at large. You can simply reference them, and that is enough. They are legal evidence of the law. It's not a presumption. It's not an assumption. Let me rephrase that. It's not a rebuttable presumption. It cannot be rebutted or rebuked. Okay? And they're talking about the treaties, international agreements. Now we're talking about Article 6, Subpart 1, 2, and 3, full faith and credit clause. And the Article 4, Subsection 1. Article 6, 1, 2, and 3, I believe, is the supremacy clause. Then you've got Article 4, Subsection 1, 2, and 3 that deals with full faith and credit. So again, go do your own research because I'm just doing this off the top of my fucking head. The treaties are important. Ladies and gentlemen, in Summa Corp versus the state of California, you will find that treaties supersede the constitutions. Do you realize that there are treaties that deal with the IRS and taxes, and you can invoke the treaties that protect you from taxation? And then you can use the Constitution to reaffirm the treaties. It says, other than treaties, proclamations by the President. I want you to understand something. I'm going to show you where this all changed under the Trading with the Enemy Act in 1933. I'm going to show you where the proclamations actually apply as well. In all courts of the United States, the several states, and the territories and insular possessions of the United States. In all courts, ladies and gentlemen, 61 Statute at Large, 636, subsection 112. You're going to find this 112 number is used a lot when it benefits we the people. You're going to find it in Title 12, United States Code 112, 111, 114. You're going to find it a lot. Public Law, Chapter 388, July 30th, 1947, 61 Statute at Large, 636, subsection 113. Where else are we finding 61 Stat 636, subsection 113? We also find it in Title I, United States Code 113. Now, United States Code is not the law. We want to always go to the source, which is the statutes at large. Little and Brown edition of the laws and treaties. It's important to understand that Little and Brown's, was a publishing company that Benjamin Franklin used back in the day and is still, to this day, a functional corporation that is used for publication. Little and Brown's. Editions of laws and treaties, slip laws, treaties, and other international acts series, admissibility and evidence. The edition of the laws and the treaties of the United States published by Little and Brown and the publications in slip or pamphlet form of the laws of the United States issued under the authority of the Archivist of the United States, and the treaties and other international acts series issued under the authority of the Secretary of State shall be competent evidence of the several public and private, Ninth Amendment, right? Private law, acts of Congress, and other treaties, international agreements other than treaties and proclamations by the President of such treaties and international agreements other than treaties, as the case may be therein contained, in all the courts of law and equity under the Judicature Act, and of maritime jurisdiction. It's right there. So even in the maritime admiralty jurisdiction with an administrative law clerk and an administrative law judge, you point out to them, they're still bound by the statutes at large and the treaties and the constitutions. And in all the tribunals and public offices of the United States and of the several states, without any further proof or authentication needed. Tried to show this to a gentleman this evening who was articulating that he only uses the Constitution, he doesn't ever use the codes, he doesn't do this, and that's all fine and dandy. But sometimes in the code, the way that they explain it is more comprehensible to people who lack the ability to read and comprehend. So although this is not the law, I would be quoting 61 Statute at Large 636 subsection 113. Instead of Title I United States Code 113. The only reason that I use the code at all is to show you where it also can be found. Understanding the United States Code, it's paraphrased. It's not verbatim. Therefore, it's not the law. Words have power and they have meaning. If they're altered in any way, shape, or form, then it's not the law. We must go back to 61 Stat 636 subsection 113 and the Congress assembled, where they created this particular statement of fact. And that's what we use. And it says that we can use the treaties and the acts of Congress. Understand that acts do not amend or abolish the organic Constitution. The 14th Amendment was an act to amend. It's an act. It doesn't abolish the organic Constitution. When I use the Constitution, I use Amendments 1 through 10. That's what I use. I don't need anything further. Reeves versus Ernst & Young, 110 S period CT 945, 1990. This is a case precedent. Stare decisis, res judicata, already decided and never overturned to this day. Doesn't mean that it can't be overturned in the future, but as of today, it is not overturned. In general, under the Securities Act, promissory notes are defined as securities. See, when you signed that promissory note, you thought it was a promissory note. But the Supreme Court's telling you that it's actually a security. Did the bank use false and misleading and deceptive trade practices and techniques with a false conveyance of language to ensnare you in an artifice and scheme and lead you to believe that what you signed was a promissory note when in all actuality it's a security? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And you don't want to make it about everybody else because you're like, oh, they're constantly doing this to everybody. The second you make it about everybody, you lose. You stick to the fact that it was specifically done to you. You don't know about everybody else. This is a you thing and nothing else. If you try to make it about everybody that's done business with that bank, they'll run you out of there so fucking fast it'll make your head spin. They'll run you out of the court. They're not going to allow you to expose the artifice and scheme that everybody else is voluntarily subjecting themselves to. They're not going to do it. They're going to protect the public trust at all costs. And that means even if they got to kick you out and deny you the restoration of your rights, titles, and interests, because you chose to make it about everybody else instead of just focusing on your issue. Securities Act subsection 2.1, 3A3, Exchange Act 3A10, likewise. The U.S. Supreme Court sets a rebuttable presumption, meaning that you can rebut the presumption that it's a promissory note and not a security obligation of the United States. They're saying that it's a promissory note and that you're obligated, that you're liable. The Supreme Court says, oh, no. That's a rebuttable presumption that a note with a maturity over 9 months is a security unless it resembles a type of note that commonly is not considered a security. Reeves versus Ernst & Young, 110 S period CT period 9/45, 1990. Again, I read these things to glean information from them. I don't read them necessarily because I'm going to put them in a memorandum and use them in that form or fashion. Maybe I'll do a judicial notice of stare decisis and res judicata, predetermined cases. But see, this is where the Congress was saying that a security is anything that matures, that has a maturity over 9 months, is a security. But the Supreme Court's going bullshit, because promissory notes that are created by we the people are security obligations of the United States, thus being securities. And the United States carries the primary active degree of fault for all debts created by we the people, because we pledged our intellectual private property, blades of grass, homes, and everything in a mortgage so the United States could do international business. It's a trust. That's why the Supreme Court is saying this. That it's a rebuttable presumption depending on the intent of the one who created the instrument. That anything under 9 months can be a security. All predicated on the endorsement on the instrument. Was it your intent to engage in commerce? Agriculture? Industry? Well, they presume and assume that it was if you leave a blank endorsement on your instrument. If you qualify your endorsement, they don't have the ability to presume and assume anymore, do they? Because equitably you have done the right thing. You've acted in good faith and good conscience, and you have expressed your intent. It's for private household consumer goods and no other uses are authorized. It's to be redeemed in lawful money. That's your intent. See, in the fictional world, a pig can fly. The moon can be green. The grass can be blue. So long as nobody rebuts it, that's a real party in action, then it is so. The land of Honolulu, make believe, the at-law jurisdiction. But in law, qualifying your endorsement, stating your intent, changes everything. You have to know what capacity you're operating in, what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it. Federal Reserve Act publication, Public Law 6343, 63D, Congress, House Resolution 7837, an act. It's an act to provide for the establishment of Federal Reserve banks to furnish an elastic currency. What were they doing? What was the Congress doing at this point? They're getting rid of state banks. State banks were an issue. See, these notes that were being issued were being collected by foreigners, and they were exporting the gold out of the country because the worthless paper didn't have any value in international exchange. So what they were doing was getting a hold of the gold certificates and silver certificates and redeeming it for the gold and the silver and taking and exporting the gold and silver out of the country. They had to put a stop to that because the other countries didn't give a shit about the paper. It wasn't worth wiping their ass with or starting forest fires. It was worthless. They wanted the intrinsic value of the metals to afford the means of rediscounting commercial paper, to establish a more effective supervision of banking in the United States. In the United States, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, a 10 square mile area known as Capitol fucking Hill. It's all about capitalism. It's all about business, baby. And for other purposes. The other purposes are what should intrigue you. And Congress is going to tell you what those other purposes are in just a couple slides here. Because the other purpose was that men and women, part of the Union of States, very rarely do international business, and therefore they don't need gold and silver, as paper is sufficient and will suffice for them to acquire anything they need within the United States and the United States of America. Title 50, United States Code 4305. A lot of people quote this. A lot of people quote Title 12, USC 95A. A lot of people quote House Resolution 192. I'm here to tell you I used to do it. It's a mistake. It's a palpable error at law. You're about to fuck yourself royally. Don't do it. I'm referencing it only to prove to you the difference between the hyperbole and conjectural horseshit that is not verifiable because it's nothing more than hearsay. Title 12 USC 95A and Title 50 USC 4305B2 are not law. They give you a hinkling about what the actual law says, but again, are not the law. House Joint Resolution 192 is not the law. But I'm going to show it to you, what you use and why. And fully comprehending it and standing on your square, you will prevail. Why? Because the administrative law clerks and administrative law judges cannot go against Congress. They can't violate public policy, public law. Sean's on it. He knows. Sharp cat, sharp individual. He knows what I'm about to show you guys. He gets it. Let's have a look. Supervision of provisions relating to ally of enemy. Regulation of transaction in foreign exchange of gold or silver, property transfers, vested interest, enforcement, and penalties. Well, that sounds like maritime admiralty law under war powers, under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Because Title 50, after all, is the military code. Title 12, United States Code, is banking. Sometimes they will take positive law and put it into a non-positive code chapter and section. And so people will quote the whole thing, never realizing the enacting clause or the actual words that have force, weight, and effect and merit are mired within the paragraph because they don't know where to go to look to find it. This is why I believe there's so much confusion amongst the people disseminating this information, is because of all the people doing it, only a fraction of them are actually reading. The rest are just regurgitating what they've heard somewhere. And it sounds good. Let's stop trying to sound good and look good, and let's bring forward the information that's true, correct, accurate, not misleading, that people can fucking stand on. That's what I'm about. 2, any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery. Now, I want you to pay attention. This is Title 50, United States Code 4305B2, that even I am guilty of trying to use in a court and have failed miserably, thinking that I was quoting the law. Pay attention to these words, because I'm about to show you the difference between the law and the hyperbole or hearsay or conjectural transfer of the actual law into the United States Code that isn't even close to what Congress had established and affirmed. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery. I want you to remember that. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of property or interest therein made to or for the account of the United States, or as otherwise directed pursuant to this subdivision, or any rule, regulation, instruction, or direction issued hereunder, shall, to the extent thereof, be a full acquittance and discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same. Sounds great, right? It's almost verbatim what the actual law is, but it is not, and therefore it is not the law that was established in Congress assembled. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the statute at large verbatim, and therefore it is not the law. And quoting it as the law, you will fail. And no person shall be held liable in any court for or in respect to anything done or omitted in good faith. The only thing that I like about Title 50 United States Code 4305B2 is the good faith part. But we've already established that everything that we are to do is in good faith. In connection with the administration. Oh, administration! We're under the executive branch. They're telling you where we're at. Of, or in pursuance of, and in reliance on this subdivision or any rule, regulation, instruction, or direction issued thereunder. If you're quoting this on a court case in a financial issue or matter before the court, you'll lose. If you're using House Joint Resolution 192 in conjunction with your claim, you are going to fail. You will lose. If you are using Title 12, United States Code 95A, you will lose. You will lose. It's not the fucking law. And I hate seeing people continue to regurgitate it because there are a lot of very learned people out there that are still using it and haven't figured out yet why they're not getting remedy in the court. Because their assertion and their claim, although being true and correct, they're using the wrong information and the court is never going to agree with them. Ever. So let's go back to the statutes at large that are legal evidence of the law and cannot be rebuked, but must be honored. You guys ready to see it? Here's the law. This is what you use. Subsection 4307, list of enemy or ally enemy officers, director, or stockholders of corporations in the United States, acts constitutional trade with the enemy prior to October 6, 1917, conveyance of property to custodian, voluntary payment to custodian by holder, acts under order, rule, or regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is statute at large, 40 statute at large, 411, Section 7E. This is statute at large, legal evidence in all courts from the highest and lowest. It's also published in Little and Brown, which is legal evidence that cannot be rebutted or rebuked, must be honored. I pointed out to you in Title I, U.S.C. 112 and 113. I also pointed it out to you in the statutes at large that affirm that what Title I, U.S.C. 112 and 113 are stating is true, correct, accurate, not misleading. Let's see what it says. Because remember, just a second ago, I explained to you Title 50, U.S.C. 4305B2, which was formerly Title 12, U.S.C. 95A, and they moved it over to Title 50. Repealed just means they peel it from one place and stick it in another. And they repealed it, reapplied it to Title 50, 4305B2. Notice how it says any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of property or interest therein made to, for the account of the United States or as otherwise directed pursuant to the subdivision or any rule, regulation, instruction, or direction issued hereunder shall, to the extent thereof, be a full acquittance and discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same. Now watch what the actual law says. 40 statute at large, 411, Section 7E. Here's the E. Acts or omissions under order, rule, or regulation, acquittance and discharge of obligations, certificates of authority. I'll explain to you what the certificates of authority are later. It's going to make a lot more sense to you. No person shall be held liable. Wait a minute. That's not what this says. Where does it say no person shall be held liable? It doesn't. It says any person, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery. It's not even starting to quote the law properly that has been established. No person shall be held liable in any court for or in respect to anything done or omitted in pursuance of any order, rule, or regulation made by the president under the authority of this chapter. Wait a minute. Where did the president get all his fucking authority? Because he's operating as the commander-in-chief. Okay? Under the Trading with the Enemy Act, he had power only in time of war. But Congress came back in 1933 and said, hey, under a declared emergency, the president has absolute power and authority to create any rule, regulation, order that he see fit by any means necessary, and it is absolutely binding on the public. Now we're using the law. Here it is. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of money. Wait a second. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of property or interest therein. Title 50, 4305B2 doesn't say anything about fucking money, does it? Because it's not the law. Here's the law. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of money or property made to the alien property custodian. The alien property custodian position has been changed. It once was a single and separate entity with an agent that operated the alien property custodian. Then it was changed into the Attorney General's office, and yet again has transformed once more into the Office of the Foreign Asset Control. Hereunder, which is underneath the Treasury. Hereunder shall be a full acquittance and discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same to the extent of the same. That's not what Title 504305B2 says, and that's not what formerly Title 1295A even came close to stating. So why would you be using this? It's not the fucking law. Words have power and they have meaning. The alien property custodian and such other person as the president may appoint shall have power to execute, acknowledge, and deliver any such instrument or instruments as may be necessary or proper to evidence upon the record or otherwise such acquittance and discharge. We, the American people, are always full acquittance and discharge. Because why? We can't twice be put in jeopardy of losing everything. Should the United States default on their obligation, which they do all the time, by the way, we risk losing it all. Because we're the creditors. All our property, the seed from your loins, the eggs in your ovary were pledged as collateral security for the United States to do international business, ladies and gentlemen. And you can't twice be put in jeopardy, and that's why they can't put liens on your fucking property. That would be falsifying a public record against public policy and a violation of 40 Statute at Large 411 Section 7E. It would go against the proclamations, rules, regulations issued by order of the president. During time of national emergency. I think last I counted there are 5 current national emergencies still running in operation. And one of them is the Federal Reserve Banking Emergency Act. Banking holidays. How do we prove that? We go to Proclamation 2039. Talks about financial institutions and banks. And then 2040, which forever put it into perpetual motion until the president authorizes that we're no longer in time of a national banking emergency. What I'm sharing with you is current. This is actually the law. It still applies today as it applied in 1933. It applies today, here and now. I like using 40 Statute at Large 411 Section 7E right above my signature. There's my intent. You want my intent? Here's my intent. You want to foreclose? You better go call the Treasury. Because I'll tell you right now, all real parties and interests need to be fully availed of what's transpiring here. And I want the Treasury of the United States and the the Office of Foreign Asset Control, I want them here right now. You're trying to say that you weren't justly compensated by the Treasury with the issue of my application and the over-the-counter promissory note, which is a security obligation of the United States. We bring in them all. Guess how quickly that judge is going to kick that case down the road? Immediately. Immediately. Do you think he wants your expert witnesses coming in testifying as to how the bank did receive the funds? Because remember, in 31 CFR 357, the Treasury says we can never be sued for failure to perform, for we always honor the trust and our fiduciary duties. We always issue the credits on account. Always. There is only one instance that they do not, and that is if there is a question as to the drawer and verification of identity. That's the only time they do not issue the credits. But your birth certificate, the birth certificate, date of birth, name, social security number is exactly what authorizes the Treasury to issue the credits. When all that comes into harmony and is correct, they never deny it. And therefore, the Treasury self-proclaims itself to be indemnified against any suit. Because it's your obligation, once you authorize the issuance of credits, for you to tell them how to handle those credits. The Federal Reserve Bank gets the issuance of credits, and they are waiting for your instruction from the lesser bank as to where to send those credits and how to handle the account. And if you don't do it timely, they consider it abandoned or a gift, and they take it from you. And then start writing you letters like, Dear Debtor, which you don't rebut and rebuke, so therefore you become the debtor by presumption and assumption. And after 180 days, they foreclose on your ass. I don't know who you call debtor, but that's slanderous and defamatory to me. And here's a $1,000 a bill for you doing such. It's all verified in Title 15, 1692, or just 1692. And you can go see all the provisions for holding them accountable, what you do. And shall, in the case of payment to the alien property custodian of any debt or obligation owed to an enemy or an ally of the enemy, deliver up any notes, bonds, or other evidence of indebtedness. Other evidence of indebtedness, ladies and gentlemen, is contract. A contract is money. Under this fictitious monetary system we have, a contract is money. Also suffices as evidence of indebtedness or obligation or any security therefore in which such enemy or ally of the enemy had any right or interest that may have come into the possession of the alien property custodian, with like effect as if he or they respectively were duly appointed by the enemy or the ally of the enemy, creditor or obligee. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the law. They're telling you exactly what you need to do. This hasn't changed since March 6th, 1933. In fact, there were only two things that changed. The Trading with the Enemy Act of October 6, 1917, and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 were amended in 1933. And this is the direct result of it, and nothing has changed since then. The President shall issue to every person so appointed a certificate of appointment and authority of such person. Do you have a certificate of appointment? Do you know what they're talking about? That birth certificate is a certificate of appointment and authority, showing that you have special drawing rights, that you're a preferred stockholder, that you're a creditor of the entity known as the United States, and that cooperatively with every other we the people, Union State citizen, have agreed to pledge our property so the United States can do international business. It's a certificate of indebtedness, them owing you a duty. It's also a bill of lading. They pledged your future precious valued time commodity to do international business. It's a trust. They owe you a performance because you extended value and consideration. It's no surprise that I'm paused. I'm running TikTok and Facebook simultaneously, but you start explaining stuff like this and people get shut down. I don't anticipate TikTok or Facebook let me talk too much longer. And maybe the replay will be better on Facebook. I don't know. So the President shall issue to every person so appointed a certificate. Go ahead and pull out the birth certificate. What's it say right at the top of it? Well, first it says from whence it came and who it belongs to. The state, right? And then it says birth certificate. A certificate is what? Evidence upon the record of indebtedness. Money, i.e. money. To every person so appointed a certificate of appointment and authority of such person. Well, let's figure out what the authority is. And such certificate shall be received in evidence in all courts within the United States. You heard these people out there, they're like, yeah, I just took in and submitted the birth certificate as the defendant, the debtor, the decedent, estate, and I just walked out of the court and I've never heard anything since? That's why right there. 40 statute at large, 411 section 7E, and there's not one administrative law clerk or administrative law judge that wants to fucking deal with the ramifications of violating not only public policy, but the statute at large. It's treason, mixed war against the people. It's insurrectious behavior. It's sedition. It's a violation of public policy. They're fucked. Whenever any such certificate of authority shall be offered to any registrar, clerk, or other recording officer, federal or otherwise, within the United States, such officer shall record the same in like manner as power of attorney. If you've done any amount of research on power of attorney, you understand that you can implement clauses in a power of attorney that indemnify the attorney, in fact, having power of attorney from any wrongdoing or harm, damage, or loss he may cause the estate. And such record or a duly certified copy thereof shall be received in evidence in all courts of the United States or other courts within the United States. Other courts. We're talking all jurisdictions, from the highest to the lowest. Whether de facto or de jure, it matters not. It is recognized in all of them. All courts. How do we know that this certificate is a power of attorney that indemnifies you? No person shall be held liable in any court for or in respect to anything done or omitted in pursuance of any order, rule, or regulation made by the President under the authority of this chapter. Any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of money or property made to the alien property custodian hereunder shall be full acquittance and discharge. Full acquittance and discharge. Indemnity of the attorney, in fact, who has power of attorney to operate as such, is a full acquittance and discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same to the extent of the same. Don't argue against title, argue through title. It's the greatest mistake people make, arguing against title. Argue through it. Down here, they're showing you, offered to any registrar, clerk, or other recording officer, federal or otherwise, they're showing you the usufruct. By you holding it, you're engaged in usufruct of their property. By returning it, they fall back in line as being the fiduciary trustee responsible for offsetting and discharging and handling the fucking matter because they're administering a bankruptcy. This one little paragraph is so fucking astronomically powerful, it's not even funny. It's not even funny. And people want to run around using the UCC. Fine, that's all good. I understand UCC 1-103.6 that the UCC must be in harmony with natural law, God's law, and nature's God. I get it. You can use the UCC, but I would strongly encourage you to use the UCC in the spirit of UCC 9-210. I'm demanding a full accounting. In the spirit of, I'm not calling the UCC the law, I'm saying in the spirit of it. Because in the spirit of it, it's supposed to be the soul and spirit of the natural law, God's law, nature's God, which means we are fully entitled to be fully availed of all the financial accounting, both public and private. So I use in the spirit of UCC 9-210. I'm not calling it the law. We're going back to the spirit and the intent and the purpose of it all. Hope that's making some sense for people out there. Looks and sounds like Netflix stuff. Yeah. They would never let anything like this on Joe Rogan, Netflix, CNN, ABC, NBC, Fox News. You'll never see anything like this on any of that. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Okay, so we showed you Title 12, 95A, Title 50, 4305B2. I briefed you on House Joint Resolution 192 not being the law. I'll show you the law that actually exists that is verbatim House Joint Resolution 192, but because you're using House Joint Resolution 192, you're being denied because you're quoting it as a law and it's not the law. And the law is specific and it is precise, which means if you're going to quote something to be the law, you better make damn good and well sure that it's the law, or they will deny you. Subsection 4307, list of enemy or ally enemy officers. We went through that. This is Title 40. 40 Statute at Large 411, Section 7E. This is your full acquittance and discharge. With the evidence of you holding the birth certificate in hand is the power of attorney, making you the attorney in fact on behalf of the principal known as the United States, who carries a primary active degree of fault for the ens legis and all its debts. This is your holy fucking grail in one fucking paragraph. It's a beautiful thing if you know how to express it. And I'm going to show you later on this evening how you can do it in another form or fashion. If you're getting blowback on this, know that this is your perfect affirmative fucking defense. 40 Statute at Large 411 Section 7E is your perfect affirmative defense guaranteed to you by the Office of the President of the United States, operating under the executive branch as the Commander-in-Chief under War Powers Act, under the Trading with the Enemy, and by Congress. They both agree. They're in harmony. They both agree. This is a perfect affirmative defense given and granted to you if you comprehend it and understand it. Are they going to question you about it? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. But you better, if they're questioning you, you better be able to articulate it. Why it has force, weight, and effect. Why it's non-disputable or rebuttable. You better be able to explain that it's found in Littleton and Brown, that it's statutes at large, that it was enacted by Congress under the Trading with the Enemy Act being amended in 1933. You better be able to stand on that shit. We'll talk about surety here a little bit later, and so you can attack this on two fronts. Two fronts. And this is the other important issue about all real parties and interests being named in any allegation being brought before a court, which is why the Treasury of the United States of America, and the United States all either need to be listed as defendants or plaintiffs in their private ad hoc maritime admiralty courts of deception. Can't even move forward till all real parties and interests have been given notice. And this is where Title 26, 6903, 7306 all come into play. For those of you that have heard about disqualifying judges, that's how it works. That's the mechanism that triggers it right here. I told you guys I'll always direct you to exactly where I find the literature at, how I found it, where it's at. It's in black and white. It's at the archivist. It's also in Little and Brown's publications, which we've already established. The statutes at large, the treaties, the constitutions that are published in Little and Brown's are legal evidence of the law. They're immutable. First session of the 73rd Congress, Volume 77, Part 1, March 4th, 1933 to March 6th, 1933 to March 9th, 1933 to April 3rd, 1933, page 1 to 1,168 pages, page 50. Showing you exactly the page to find it at, so you don't have to go through the mundane aspect of reading it. But I would implore you to go read all of this document. This document is life-changing for you. Aside from the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, the Treaty of Ghent, the Charter of the Forest, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitutions, and the Constitutions for all 50 states, this right here ranks right up there with those documents that I just listed. This is directly from the archivist, so there's no hyperbole here. This was executed by a stenographer who recorded verbatim exactly what the intent of Congress is in the Congress assembled. Title 1, Section 1, the actions, regulations, rules, licenses, orders, and proclamations heretofore or hereafter taken. Remember, let's go back a couple slides here. Remember here, Title 1 United States Code 112, 61 Stat 636, subsection 112, where it excluded the proclamations by the president? They're amending it. Watch. Here it comes. The actions, regulations, rules, license, orders, and proclamations. And the proclamations. Heretofore or hereafter taken, promulgated, made, or issued by the President of the United States or the Secretary of the Treasury since March 4th, 1933, pursuant to the authority conferred by Subdivision B of Section 5 of the Act of October 6, 1917. October 6, 1917, the act that was issued by the Congress assembled was the Trading with the Enemy Act. Okay? World War I. As amended are hereby approved and confirmed. Who's saying they're approved and confirmed? Congress is. What did we, the people, give the Congress the ability to do? Create the law that binds agriculture, commerce, and industry. What is war? War is commerce. The military-industrial complex. Commerce. Why are we giving all this authority and power to what would be known as the president? Because in this capacity, he's operating as the fucking commander-in-chief under the War Powers Act. Martial law. The Secretary of Treasury also has that power. Why? Secretary of Treasury is the bookkeeper, bean counter, that may need assistance in collecting books, ledgers, right? Artifacts. That's why you're supposed to maintain your own damn books. You're supposed to have your own ledgering for your promissory notes, drafts, negotiable instruments, titles, funds, all that. You're supposed to have your own ledgering and your own accounting. A bank tries to foreclose on you. They bring their books. What do you got? Nothing but hearsay and argument because you don't have your own ledger. You don't have your own books. You didn't affirm anything in your own ledgering. And your ledgering would completely destroy their fabricated evidence because yours, you can testify to with firsthand perfected knowledge of the facts. But you don't have your own accounting, you don't have your own books, you don't have your own ledgering system because you've never been taught that you're a private banker with a fiduciary responsibility in this bankruptcy to prove and to maintain the records of the new monies of account you create through your signature on negotiable instruments and contracts. So when the court that's operating on behalf of the IRS, which is tax courts, excise taxes is the only thing they give a shit about. When you go before their administrative law clerks and administrative law judges while they're administering the bankruptcy and you don't have any books of your own, you flounder. You fail. Where's the receipt that evidences that you issued a $250,000 promissory note for the $250,000 house, which has already been affirmed and established by the United States Supreme Court is a security obligation of the United States? Where's your receipt? Where's your own ledger that you can swear out an affidavit to and affirm it's true, correct, accurate, not misleading? Can any agent and agency on their ledger do that? No. Not in most instances. Who created the record? Who maintained the record? How long have you had the record? Has anybody else handled this record? How were they authorized to handle the record? What education did they receive in order to maintain this record? Has this record been in the constructive possession of the one who created the record for your agency or firm or bank? Of course not. Did the CEO sit there across from the table with you of the bank when you handed them your over-the-counter security? No, but he'll go in and testify that their record's true, correct, accurate, not misleading. How the fuck would he know? He wasn't there. They have prima facie evidence of a record. And you know what would destroy that? Your ledger, your accounting, sworn to under the pains and penalties of perjury with your fucking receipts. Damn. Which is exactly what the Secretary of the Treasury is charged with doing. When they ask you in those courts for your accounting and your books, and you're like, oh, I'm not bringing that in, fuck you, you just lost. You just lost. Because you don't have your own books and your own accounting, and you're the only one that can swear and affirm under the pains and penalties of perjury with first-hand perfected knowledge, getting a declaratory decree of the rights, titles, duties, and obligations. That's right, Sean. Federal Reserve Form 2046. That's a way to dig yourself out of trouble if you're not keeping your own records, your own accounting, your own ledger. Because Proclamation 2039 and 2040 perpetually put in motion that you're a private banker and you're responsible for keeping records as an agent. The actions, regulations, rules, licenses, orders, and proclamations there heretofore, meaning before, or hereafter, taken, promulgated, made, or issued by the President of the United States and the Secretary of Treasury since March 4th, 1933, they backdated it. Pro rata. They backdated this. Pursuant to the authority conferred by Subdivision B of Section 5 of the Act of October 6, 1917, Trading with the Enemy Act, 40 Statute at Large 411, Section 7E, in specific detail, is what they amended. Okay? But I encourage you to go read the entirety of 40 Statute at Large 411, which is the Trading with the Enemy Act, which is in fact a trust indenture. It's the trust indenture by which they're operating. You need to go read it in its entirety. As amended are hereby approved and confirmed. Section 2, Subdivision B of Section 5 of the Act of October 6, 1917, 40 Statute at Large 411, as amended, is hereby amended to read as follows. B. During time of war or during any other period of national emergency declared by the President may, through any agency that he may designate. I cut it short because I wanted to expand on this point. During any other period of national emergency declared by the President. At this point, it should be abundantly clear after the Reorganization Act of 1871. This is a military occupation. The President is the commander-in-chief. Because the Constitution clearly states that the President doesn't have the authority to make any rules, regulations, or executive orders or anything of that nature. Congress has to go into the House of Representatives and the Congress assembled to make the law. But here they're telling you right here, under the Reorganization Act, everything is changing in the public. It doesn't mean the private is gone. It doesn't mean the de jure is not still there. We're going into the de facto realm under the Reorganization Act of 1871. They're administering a trust. Question becomes, who's the heir and beneficiary with the right of use as a sestequi of the sestequi trust created? What capacity and position do you hold? What's in your wallet? Now, as I noted earlier, to my knowledge and studies, there are still five national emergencies that are active right now. And there may be more than that. You've got the active war on drugs, the war on homelessness, the war on poverty, the National Emergency Banking Act. Okay, just to name a few. And they're still active as we speak today. And I'm certain if you go and look, you could find more. The importance of this is, I was articulating to you earlier, the only way that this can be dissolved, the only way that this can be cured, is by authorization of the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief. Period. The only one that can do this, that can dissolve this here, is by way of office of the President of the United States. It's still in force, weight, and effect today. Proclamation 2039, bank holiday, March 6th through March 9th. This is why they went retroactive on what I just read to you. They went retroactive and dated it back to March 4th, 1933, because it was actually established March 6th through March 9th. But the Proclamation 2039 was issued before this. And so they wanted to go back and encumbrance it. As used in this order, the term banking institutions shall include all Federal Reserve banks, national banking, associations, banks, trust companies, savings banks, building and loan associations, credit unions, or other corporations, partnerships, associations, or persons. Do you have persons? You bet you have persons. You bet you have persons. Who carries the primary active degree of fault for those persons? Who created those persons that we use? The United States. Engaged in the business of receiving deposits, making loans, discounting business paper, or transacting any other form of banking business. As an agent and agency, as a preferred stockholder, as a creditor of the United States, having special drawing rights, as an agent, do you create contracts that have value and consideration and expected performance that creates new money? Yes! Are you a private banker? The fucking right you are. Absolutely you are. This is Proclamation 2039. And again, they went retroactive to ensure that this proclamation was included to have the force, weight, and effect of law underneath Chapter 11, bankruptcy, under the Reorganization Act of 1871. They're going all the way back. Remember how I told you equity is a time traveler? They're going back in time to make sure that this is included. So, are you in the business of receiving deposits? Absolutely. Do you make loans? You make loans all the time. You're just not cognizant of it. Your precious value time commodity is loaned every day, and you have no comprehension as to how, why, when, where it occurred. Your precious value time commodity has been pledged to the International Monetary Fund under the Economic Stabilization Act. And that's exactly why you get an account number known as a Social Security account number issued from the IMF that's administered by the Social Security Administration Office. Do you discount business paper? You bet. In kindergarten, you were taught how to do banking. You just didn't understand. Name, date, address, last four of the social, all that stuff. You were being taught how to be a master at banking. Signature, please. Signature. Don't forget to sign your work. Don't forget to autograph your work. That's why the administrative law clerks and the administrative law judges presume and assume you to be an expert in banking because you've been doing it your entire life. Never realizing you're issuing security obligations of the United States. Taxes, ladies and gentlemen, don't pay for your education in grade school, middle school, and high school. It's the application in conjunction with the warehouse receipt, birth certificate, commingled with the Social Security account number that pays for your education. But don't take my word for it. I'm giving you the information to go look it up yourself. Or transacting any, I love this word any means all, other form of banking business. I'm telling you, after Proclamation 2039 and the 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1, I'm telling you that everything you do day in and day out is a commercial transaction. It's banking. And the first transaction you make every morning is to the special deposit turd bank using the porcelain god. And when you flush that toilet, you have just made a special deposit into a turd bank that is monetized. You don't believe me? Go look at your utility bill, please. That is a commercial transaction. Sleeping is a commercial transaction. Driving is a commercial transaction. It's all banking. Every last bit of it is banking. And they're banking on you not having the mental faculties to do your own research, read, retain, and comprehend what's going on. Now, Proclamation 2039 was only supposed to last for 1 year. 1 year. That was it. Hold on, I got to transfer a power cord here. For 1 year. The following year in 1934. Hold on 1 second. What in there? Sorry about that movement on TikTok here. The following year, in 1934, Proclamation 2040 was issued by the president, okay, the commander-in-chief. Why is that important? Well, it's important because it put Proclamation 2039 into perpetual motion until the president, the commander-in-chief, decides otherwise. Since 1934, year in and year out, it's perpetual. It's continual until otherwise stated. And with the political and economic division that's happening right now, the system may soon change. Too many people are waking up to the reality of what's going on. And they're looking for a way to, for a lack of a better term, foreclose on the obligation they have to the people. In other words, we abandon our right to remedy. And they're just going to declare themselves insolvent and bankrupt and take the property and walk away with it. I think that's what's coming in the near future. I think that's why this big push for digital currencies, a new system where everything is forgiven and dissolved. But that doesn't negate the fact that they can never give back we the people's gold, plus the interest. So this is perpetual. It will for always be there, forever and a day, because it can't possibly restore the people to their rightful position. Executive Order 6102. Executive Order 100 was the Lieber Code. The Lieber Code talks about how things are happened during military occupation and time of war. Article 2 of the Lieber Code Article 31, and Article 38 exemplify what I'm teaching you here. They show you that you're issued a certificate of indemnification in Article 38 of Executive Order 100. If you don't think that these go together like a hand in a glove, you are sadly mistaken. So Executive Order 100, under the Lieber Code, Article 2, Article 31, and Article 38 exemplifies and reaffirms and supports exactly what I've taught you until this point. So when I say I can shift jurisdictions like an 18 fucking wheeler, understand this. There's one place we don't fuck, and that's in circles. We do not fuck around. So I don't care if we're using the statutes at large or if we're going to delve into the executive orders under the War Powers Act, military occupation. I got you. Either way, I don't care how we play the game. I'm going to prevail. And that's the mindset and the attitude that you have to have. Is it advisable to jump from one jurisdiction to the next? Not necessarily. I do it for the same reason a dog licks his testicles. Because he fucking can. That's why I do it. Would I tell everybody else to do that? No. But I give you the information. So if you run into one of those tricky administrative law judges or administrative law clerks in an administrative procedure, you have the ability to do so. Under Executive Order 6102, requiring gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates to be delivered to the government. I explained to you earlier why one of the issues that was before them that caused them to do this was because foreigners were getting a hold of the silver certificates and the gold certificates, and they were extracting the physical, intrinsic precious metals out of the country. That was a problem. So that's one of the reasons they did this. Self-preservation, because it really didn't have anything to do with we the people, because we the people still held all our gold, and we weren't utilizing it internally. So they were trying to find and devise another plan, another way that they could still do business internationally, because they had debts, and those debts could only be satisfied with precious metals. Those were the agreements. None of the other countries wanted the frivolous fiat paper. They wanted something of precious value, intrinsic value, gold and silver. Okay? When I say this can all be tied back biblically, I mean it. The IRS, everything, all these organizations, everything. That Bible is so powerful. And I don't care which one you read. I find the Geneva Bible to be a little more forthcoming and earnest than the King James 1611 Bible. But just the same, read them both. There's so much to glean from these books. Some of the most powerful books in the world. Because it's how the entire system was set up. There's nothing new under the sun. Man creates nothing. We discover, we replicate, and we mimic. That's it. Where do you think they got the idea of the first covenant or trust? I just gave it away. The covenant from the Heavenly Father himself to man, granting dominion after the estate had already been created. And that's how man got the idea of creating a statutory trust. What's it all got to do with banking? Section 9. Whoever willfully violates any provision of the executive order or of these regulations or any rule, regulation, or license issued thereunder may be fined not more than $10,000, or if a natural person, remember, a natural person is still a fiction. It's not a man. It's still a fiction. It's a capacity. May be imprisoned for not more than 10 years or both. And any officer, director, or agent of any corporation who knowingly participates in any such violation may be punished by like fines, imprisonment, or both. Now I'm showing you how the executive orders, the public law, the public policies, the statutes at large all start to tie together under the Reorganization Act of 1871, administering a bankruptcy. I'm going to show you where they pledged all your property in a minute. including your precious valued time commodity. Before you were even conceived or born, it was pledged. Page 51, Title 4, Section 401. We're back to the 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. Okay? Page 51. Section 401. The sixth paragraph of Section 18 of the Federal Reserve Act that was issued and approved 1913 is amended to read as follows. Upon the deposit with the Treasurer of the United States, upon the deposit of the Treasurer with the United States of any direct obligation of the United States or any, note, any means all, right? See, so what protects this system from foreigners issuing and drawing and drafting off the assets that are held by the United States Treasury? The birth certificate and Social Security card that says that you are one of we the people with the authority to draft and draw, having special drawing rights, to draw upon the treasurer, to issue the credits for the things out of necessity you may need, and not even out of necessity. This whole, oh, you can only discharge debts, that's all cockamamie horseshit. Because when the United States took the gold, it wasn't just for their debts, it was for their future business enterprise. We the people became the investors. And investors get what? Dividends and derivatives. You got in your monthly stipend. You got in your derivative and dividends from them pledging your precious valued time commodity and physical being so they can do international business. Or any notes, drafts, bills of exchange, or banker's acceptance acquired under the provisions of this act. It's an act. You're a participant, whether you like it or not. This is why people trying to leave the hospital without getting a birth certificate for their offspring are penalized and held hostage. Because you're denying your offspring their inheritance, their ability to draw and make claim. Any Federal Reserve Bank making such deposit in the manner prescribed by the Secretary of the Treasury shall be entitled to receive from the comptroller of the currency circulating notes in blank, duly registered and countersigned. Pull out a $1 bill real quick. Pull out your $1 bill. Go to your piggy bank, pull out a $1 bill. Go to your wife's purse, pull out a $1 bill. Pull out your wallet, pull out a $1 bill. The top of the instrument tells us what the instrument is. It's a Federal Reserve note. It's a note. Okay? It's for bank-to-bank transfers and for no other purposes. But what I want to point out to you, as you're looking at it, the front, the face of the instrument, the comptroller of the currency shall issue circulating notes in blank. That's a note that's been issued in blank. Now, if you look at the left side, you'll see a signature. And you look at the right side, you'll see a signature. That's duly registered. Duly registered. And what? Countersigned. The new money shall be worth 100 cents on the dollar. That's the decimal point system. That's what allows for the elastic currency. That's what allows for the fractional reserve lending. They're no longer dealing with whole numbers anymore. They're dealing with fractions. Fractions. They're not giving you par value. Hell, I don't even think they're giving you face value. So upon the deposit with the Treasurer of the United States of any direct obligation of the United States, of any, which means all, notes, drafts, bills of exchange, or banker's acceptance. Later on here, in their discussion, under the 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1, they're going to delve in and they're going to add another piece here. trade acceptances. That's why Title 15, subsection 1, subpart 1 is so important, interference with trade and commerce. Because there's a difference between trade and there's a difference between commerce, or they wouldn't articulate it. Notice how the notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances are then presented to the comptroller of the currency. Presented by whom? It's not you. It's a securities intermediary known as a bank. How did they get constructive possession of your notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances? Had to get it from the creditor with the special drawing rights to be able to do so. That's us. We the people. Congress is telling you the new money, the new elastic currency, the foreign monies, is notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances, acquired under the provisions of this act. Any Federal Reserve Bank making such deposit in the manner prescribed by the Secretary of the Treasury shall be entitled to receive from the comptroller of the currency circulating notes in blank, duly registered and countersigned. When such circulating notes are issued against the security of obligations of the United States. Those are United States security obligations. Obligations of the United States that are securities. You see how I'm just playing with the words here? Because the way they wrote it was to be kind of deceptive. They're security obligations of the United States. What's a security obligation of the United States? Notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances, and soon to be trade acceptances. I'll show it to you. It's coming. But in 1933, to create this elastic currency, and so as not to be held liable for treason and a violation of the Fourth Amendment, taking the people's gold from them, absent due process of law, they had to provide remedy. And there's the remedy. You're the original source value issuer of all issue. You create the new money. You are the value. When such circulating notes are issued against the security of obligation of the United States, the amount of such circulating notes shall be equal to the face value of the direct obligation of the United States so deposited as security. Remember in Reeves versus Earnhardt, when the Supreme Court said it's a rebuttable presumption that a security is anything with a duration of time extending 9 months, right? That's because Congress is telling you right here, notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances drawn by we the American people under the name, birth certificate, social security number, and date of birth are security obligations of the United States. And everybody uses Title 18, subsection 8. Okay, it's great. It kind of explains it, but it's not the law. You're pissing up a rope in the wind again. It's not the law. 40 Statute Large 411, Section 7E. Be what you're looking for. Yes, did the states adopt the Uniform Commercial Code? Yes, they did. Where does the Uniform Commercial Code come from? Who created the Uniform Commercial Code? The Vatican did. And they lease it to the United States, not to be confused with the United States of America, for $150,000 a year for its right of use to negotiate negotiable instruments on the secondary stock market, on the stock exchange. This is page 51 of the 73rd Congress, Volume 77, Part 1. In Congress assembled directly from the archivist and Little and Brown's publication, which is Legal Evidence of the Law. None of this has changed, by the way, except for, here in a bit, I'm going to show you how they added trade acceptances. Here's the important thing to understand when you go to negotiate. One, you're the agent. You're never the name. It's an impossibility for you to be the name. They don't even really care about the name. They care about the numbers, because the numbers are the identifiers to the accounts. Your credit application can never be denied. Title 15, 1691. Why? This is why right here. This is why you can never be denied. Comprehending that is important. Because Congress said so. Where did they say it? The 73rd Congress, Volume 77, Part 1. First session, Volume 77, Part 1. That's where they defined it. That's where they created the law, saying we the people create the new money. It's notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, trade acceptances. When the banks are running around calling themselves creditors of the United States, and any financial institution running around calling itself a creditor of the United States is in fact a violation. They're falsifying a record, claiming to be creditors of the United States, which is a felony. Because you're the creditor of the United States. Pages 76 and 77. I'm giving you the cheat sheet. You don't necessarily have to go read the whole fucking thing, although it would benefit you greatly if you did. I went through and already read the 1,176 pages. And I grabbed all the great information out of it. House Resolution 1491. This is where you're going to start to see, and the reason that I included this is where you're going to start to see, let me make sure, the application for licenses. An act to provide relief in the existing national emergency in banking and for other purposes. Those other purposes are going to be divulged here shortly. The other purposes were for the issuance of licenses to commercialize everything. Be it enacted that the Congress hereby declares that a serious emergency exists, one they created, by the way, and that it is imperatively necessary speedily to put into effect remedies, rights, properties, remedies are for we the people, of uniform national applications. It's an application for credit. Title 15, United States Code 1691. An applicant can never be denied an extension of credit for any reason. All you got to do is read the first sentence. It tells you. But where did Title 15, 1691 get its force, weight, and effect? Right here. They're telling you. Title 1, Section 1. The actions, regulations, rules, licenses, orders. Remember, I told you they're going to start expressing the licenses because licenses are issued to people who are engaged in commerce, agriculture, or industry. Those are all commercial. Maritime admiralty, law of merchant. You have to state your intent on the application so they don't confuse it to be something other than it is, because by default, if you give a blank endorsement, you automatically default to agriculture, industry, or commercial activity. And under agriculture, industrial, or commercial activity, the United States is not the obligor. So how important do you think it is to express your intent on your credit application, your promissory note, and your receipt? How important do you think it is now to create your own ledger, have your own accounting, and be able to stand on your square? Order and proclamation heretofore or hereafter taken, promulgated, made, or issued by the President of the United States or of the Secretary of the Treasury since March 4th, 1933, pursuant to the authority conferred by Subdivision B of Section 5 of the Act of October 6, 1917, Trading with the Enemy Act amended, as amended, are hereby approved and confirmed. Section 2, Subdivision B of Section 5 of the Act of October 6, 1917, which is the Trading with the Enemy Act, otherwise known as 40 Statute at Large, 411, as amended, is hereby amended to read as follows. Page 78. Again, this is the 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. Page 78. I've already read it for you. I already cherry-picked the information out that you need. And the reason that I'm reiterating it is because they reiterated it. Once is a coincidence, twice is happenstance, 3 times is affirmative. You know, when you're in Kansas, all you got to do is click your heels 3 times, and back home you go, right? What do they make you do in the administrative law courts? They make you repeat things sometimes 3, 4, 5 times. Why? Well, the first time, well, it was a coincidence. Second time, happenstance. We can chalk that up to happenstance. Third time's affirmative. By the fourth and fifth time, we got intent. We got intent. It's unmistakable. It wasn't a mistake the first time. It wasn't a coincidence or happenstance the second time. The third time, we should have known that it was affirmative, but the fourth and fifth, motherfucker's with intent, with superior intellect and knowledge. He knows what he's doing. And now we can be held liable, accountable, and responsible. Page 78, Title 4, Section 401. And again, we've already been through it. We're going to do it again. Why? Because if Congress felt it so imperative in the 73rd Congress, first session, volume 77, part 1, in the first 78 pages to mention it 3 times, well, we're going to read it 3 times and we're going to mention it 3 times because it's obviously that fucking important. The 6th paragraph of Section 18 of the Federal Reserve Act is amended to read as follows. Upon the deposit with the Treasurer of the United States of any direct obligations of the United States or any notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances acquired under the provisions of this Act, any Federal Reserve Bank making such deposit in the manner prescribed by the Secretary of the Treasury shall be entitled to receive from the Comptroller of the Currency circulating notes in blank, duly registered and countersigned. Federal Reserve notes are instruments of debt, ladies and gentlemen. It's not money. They had to receive a note, draft, bill of exchange, banker's acceptance, or trade acceptance from the creditor to receive these circulating notes in blank, duly registered and countersigned. Who's the creditor? Who's the original source value issuer of all issue? That's right, you are. When such circulating notes are issued against the security obligation or obligation of the United States, which are securities, or securities of the United States, which are obligations of the United States, the amount of such circulating notes shall be equal to the face value of the direct obligation of the United States so deposited as security. Meaning what? They're zero interest bearing. They're not to be circulated on a secondary market known as the stock exchange. They're supposed to be zeroed out, drawing down the national debt. But what does it take for that to occur? Your intent. Your intent. Your qualified fucking endorsement. If you don't state your intent by default, you fall into commercial, industrial, and agricultural transactions. They're able to convert the security obligation of the United States into a pay to the order of and treat it as bearer paper and record it at the Federal Reserve as a Federal Reserve security on their ledger instead of a United States Treasury security at the Treasury. It's all about your intent. Redeem in lawful money, USC, Title 12, USC 411. We're going to get into that in a little bit. We'll show you the statute at large that says it. I'll just give it to you now in case, I drop dead of a pulmonary aneurysm. 48, 48, statute at large, 112. Write it down. 48, 48, statute at large, 112. Dollar for dollar, which is exactly what Title 4, Section 401 is stating. It's not a security issued for reissuance. It's a security obligation of the United States that must be equal to the face value, dollar for dollar, and zero balanced. It's a zero-sum event. It brings down the national debt because you're drawing upon the assets of the Treasury, which we have pledged, so they can do international business. And they owe us a performance and duty for anything that we should need. Necessity trumps the law. That's a military doctrine. (48,48) statute at large 112. And for those of you listening, don't you ever let me catch you using House Resolution 192 again, because I just gave you the fucking law. 48,48 statute at large 112 is verbatim, word for word, comma for comma, period for period, verbatim. House Joint Resolution 192. You want to know the difference between House Joint Resolution 192 and 48,48 statute at large 112? House Joint Resolution 192 only applied to the Congress. Didn't apply to we the people. Applied to the Congress. Let me see your paycheck as being a Democrat or Republican, a member of the Congress. I'll wait. Yeah. How's House Joint Resolution 192 treating you now? People don't understand Democrat and Republican are an occupation. So the ones running around there like Neanderthals saying they're a Democrat or Republican are pathological liars, bold-faced liars, or just don't have a fucking clue about what's really happening. I am one of we the people. I'm an entitlement holder. I have special drawing rights. I have a certificate issued by the President of the United States proving that I am the attorney in fact on behalf of the principal with the ability to draw down on the national debt for anything I should fucking need. What about you? Can you prove it? Do you have the superior intellect and knowledge now to prove it? Do you know where to go find it so you can prove it? Do you know how to enforce it on the equitable side, in law, and on the public side, at law, using the statutes at large? I hope you do at this point. Holy shit, here it is again. Page 78. Here's the third time, and it's not the final. The third time. It's 78 pages now. Title 4, Section 401 is being reiterated again by the Congress. Right? Same thing. Page 79. March 6, 1933, October 6, 1917, amend Trading with the Enemy Act. The first provision of the bill validates, and maintains the authority exercised by the President of the United States, and maintains. In the proclamation relating to the banks of the nation issued by the President on March 6, 1933, Section 2 confers upon the President the power bestowed under the Act of October 6, 1917, Trading with the Enemy Act. Remember when I told you the Trading with the Enemy Act is the trust indenture they're operating by? Trust indenture is the law of the trust. This is your standing. This is your foundation. This is where you make your fucking point. This is the solid ground amongst the treacherous waters that you can stand firm on, knowing it's true, correct, accurate, not misleading. And no court can dismiss it. It's immutable. 40 Statute at Large 411 Section 7E. Regardless of whether or not the country is involved in war. Because why? Congress gave them the authority during national emergencies, whatever they may be. War on poverty, war on drugs, war on homelessness, national banking emergency. Unfeathered power under the War Powers Act, under martial law. Under the Reorganization Act of 1871, there was a declaration to declare war, but never a proclamation that ended it. The peace treaty did not end the war. I'm talking about the Treaty of Paris. Page 79. 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1, page 79. What did Congress do and how does it benefit we the people? We have provided that any direct obligation of the United States or any notes, drafts, bills of exchange, or bankers' acceptance acquired by the Federal Reserve banks may be deposited with the Treasurer of the United States or with the Federal Reserve agents. You see this or? Your lack of qualification of endorsement gives them the ability to either lodge it with the Treasurer of the United States or lodge it on the Federal Reserve's ledger as an agent of the Federal Reserve. The Treasurer of the United States has also authorized Federal Reserve agents to be agents of the Treasury of the United States, but it's all dependent, again, on the way you endorse your instrument. Federal Reserve side of the ledger is commercial, agricultural, industrial. On the private side, the Treasurer of the United States lodges it as a Treasury security of the United States on their ledger, and it's to be offset and discharged dollar for dollar, 48, statute at large 112. That's the law. And it's backed up by the trust indenture of October 6, 1917, as amended, Trading with the Enemy Act, 40 statute at large 411, section 7E. And upon these securities, Federal Reserve banknotes may be issued. See, every time you do a blank endorsement and Federal Reserve banknotes are issued, the national debt goes up. You're an enemy belligerent combatant of the United States. You're aiding and abetting the hostile entity that's hell-bent on destroying the very fabric of this nation, the Federal Reserve Bank. If you qualify your endorsement, however, then these notes aren't issued. Because remember, these notes are certificates of indebtedness. These notes are certificates of indebtedness raising the national debt when you're drawing upon the assets of the Treasury to bring down the national debt. In case of the deposit of the obligations of the government, the issue of Federal Reserve banknotes may be for the entire amount of such securities. You're doing away with the fractional reserve lending by making sure that your notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, and trade acceptances are the security obligations of the United States with your intent clearly stated above your signature. And they are to be discharged dollar for dollar, 40 statute at large 411, section 7E, 48, statute at large 112. State your intent. Remember this, on any and all contracts, anything handwritten supersedes anything typed or printed. I'll say it again. On any and all contracts, including negotiable instruments, anything handwritten supersedes anything typed or printed. Why? Because only a man can handwrite. Remember, the whole system has to be in harmony with natural law, God's law, and nature's God. We have dominion. We are the beneficiaries. We are the heirs. We are the entitlement holders. We are the creditors. Whoops. I jumped down too far. Page 79, 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. Can't stress to you enough. There is no substitution for going and reading this for yourself. None. None whatsoever. There is no excuse why you shouldn't, why you haven't, why you won't. Until you read it for yourself, you will not understand the force, weight, and effect for which I have such conviction in sharing this with you. Page 79. What did Congress do and how does it benefit us? We the people. In the case of the deposit It's a deposit. See, if you don't, on that instrument, say it's for special deposit, then it's a gift. It's a gift. State your intent on the damn instruments. It's for deposit. Congress is giving you the language verbatim you need. If you don't put for deposit, and I like special deposit because my notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, and trade acceptances are for a very special and specific reason. They're not general deposits. They're special and specific deposits. Of notes, drafts, bills of exchange, and bankers' acceptances, Federal Reserve banks may issue Federal Reserve Bank notes to the amount of 90% of the value of such securities. They're telling you notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances, and trade acceptances are in fact securities. When it says any notes, is a promissory note one of those that classifies as any note? Absolutely. What is a promissory note? It's a damn security. You haven't lost you guys yet? Are you lost in the minutia? Is it starting to make sense? I hope so. Now look, in the history of stenographers, I'll tell you right now, I have never seen where a stenographer notes and logs actions. Words, yes. But physical actions, I've never seen that. Where a stenographer notes the applause. I'll tell you why that's important. Because the Supreme Court saw what Congress was doing and told them that they were engaged in an act of treason. And they had to find a workaround. And if they didn't find a workaround, the people could string them up. And the Supreme Court made the issue so as for them to have plausible deniability and clean hands so they wouldn't be strung up with all the politicians. So they duly informed the Congress, hey, you better find remedy for we the people. Because if you don't, these people are going to come down here with mobs and pitchforks and lanterns and tar and feather. And we're going to have in our arsenal the ability to say, we duly informed the Congress what they were doing was an act of treason. And therefore, you cannot hold us accountable because we did our jobs under the judiciary of informing them that they were encroaching on the people and their rights and violating the Fourth Amendment. And providing no remedy, they engaged in sedition, insurrection, treason, so forth. Okay? And this is why the applause are noted here, because they finally found their workaround by giving the American people the ability to draw the notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, trade acceptances that are the new money under the new system. You notice they didn't redefine what a dollar is. The dollar is still defined by the Coinage Act. They redefined what money is. Not weights and measures of a dollar. They redefined what money should be and is constituted as, which are deposits of notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances, and trade acceptances. This is why your over-the-counter security is actual cash value. This provision affords a plan for constructive expansion of the currency of the country. And then the stenographer notes the applause. Now, I have read, I can't tell you how many statutes at large, congressional records out of the archivist. I have never seen where a stenographer puts in the physical actions of the people participating, and applause is most definitely a physical action by the people involved. That's something that's noteworthy. Don't believe me? Go look at any stenographer's report from any court proceeding. You'll never see where she says, and the judge began to yell and exclaim with great passion. They don't ever do that. It's just the words. They never describe the adjectives or the heated emotion or the actions of anybody. It's just words. Same thing with the archivists in Congress. It's always just the words. But in this one instance, this one time, thus far that I've found, in all my studies, I can only find one time where it's articulated. And it's in this, page 79 of the 73rd Congress, first session, volume 77, part 1, where they finally figured out their workaround and the right remedy and relief the people would have so they could be exonerated from an act of treason and a Fourth Amendment violation, taking our property without due process of law, which is the abrogation of the Gold Clause. Page 83, 73rd Congress, first session, volume 77, part 1. Page 83, expansion of currency necessary. This is where they talk about we the people. They're not talking about persons. They're talking about we the people, the organic de jure government. Okay? In the Republican Party, if the Republican Party had released itself from the clutches of Wall Street and expanded the currency immediately after the stock market crash in 1929, or within a year after the crash, our people would have been saved from this awful money panic. Money. We're going to talk about money now, not the almighty dollar, gold and silver under the Coinage Act. We're talking about money panic. Our president will doubtless ask amendments to this new law. This is where you can affirm that this is law. They're telling you that it's law. Notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptances are in fact the new motherfucking law. When conditions are more normal and when it is better understood. Under the new law, the money is issued to the banks. Title 12 USC 1431. Title 12 USC, I believe it's 81 or 89. Go look it up. What are the duties of the bank? What did Congress authorize the banks to do? Borrow. Not lend. Borrow. Borrow what? Under the new law, the new motherfucking money. What's the new money under the new law? Notes, drafts, bills of acceptance, trade acceptances. Under the new law, the money is issued to the banks. Issued to the banks from who? Us. Federal Reserve notes issued by the Treasury to the banks is not new money. That's certificates of indebtedness. Where's the bank getting the new money? In return for government obligations. Government obligations are the Federal Reserve notes. So again, the question is, what's the new money? Bills of exchange, drafts, notes, trade acceptances, and bankers' acceptances. You see, I told you they would eventually add trade acceptances, contracts, public and private. The money will be worth 100 cents on the dollar. You notice how they didn't redefine the dollar? They redefined their new money, which is going to be worth 100 cents on the dollar. 100 cents is decimals. That allows for the fractional reserve lending, the expansion of currency. And here's where the Congress finally tells you your capacity, status, standing, and position of the bulwarks and scheme they orchestrated. Right fucking here. Page 83, 73rd Congress, first session, volume 77, part 1. Because it's backed by the credit, which would make you the creditor of the nation. The nation is we the people. It will represent a mortgage. Mortgage is another fancy word for trust on all the homes and other property of all the people in the nation. If you ain't picked it up by now in 33 slides, Lord help you. Because this presentation I have is 346 slides. But I need not go further than 33 fucking slides for you to comprehend that you're the creditor. The new money has been defined by a new law created by Congress. The new money is notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, trade acceptances that are the security obligation of the United States that are then linked to the fucking banks in return for government obligations unless a proper endorsement qualification is on the documentation. And therefore, it's a sum zero event, 48, statute at large, 112, dollar for dollar, face value, zero balanced, bringing down the national debt. For the purposes other than engaging in commerce, industry, or agriculture. Your failure to qualify your endorsement automatically, by default, that paper becomes bearer paper, can be converted into an order to pay, can be ledgered on the Federal Reserve Bank's ledger as a asset treasury, as an asset security for the Federal Reserve Bank to be negotiated on the International Stock Exchange for profit and gain and interest, raising the national debt. Or you could qualify your endorsement, make damn sure the Federal Reserve agent now becomes a Treasury agent of the United States and is forced by your endorsement to register it as a Treasury security of the United States and therefore to be extinguished dollar for dollar. Don't take my word for it. Go read this shit for yourself. No substitution for reading. Well, Derek, what if we engaged in creating security obligations of the United States prior to having the superior intellectual knowledge? Nothing stops you from allonging to your original issue as an original source value issuer of all issue instructions. There is no law that prohibits you from allonging an instrument stating your intent and for them to correct the record. There's nothing that prevents you from doing that. Yeah, it's special deposit given for a patent right. Treasury security of the United States. The primary active degree of fault is the United States Treasury to discharge dollar for dollar 40 statute at large 411 section 7E full acquittance and discharge of anyone making the same pursuant to 48, statute at large 112. Full cancellation. Dollar for dollar. At par. Not just face, at par. For its actual value. Because you just issued foreign currency. Page 83, 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. No gold coverage. The money so issued will not have 1 penny of gold coverage behind it because it is not really needed. It is really not needed. We do not need, this is their justification for violating the Fourth Amendment. Remember, I told you they provided the remedy, so you can't call it fraud. You can't go hang them for sedition, insurrection, and treason because they gave you remedy. We do not need gold to back our internal. It's internal, ladies and gentlemen. You can't go to Japan and issue a note, draft, bill of exchange, bankers acceptance, trade acceptance, because the United States has to authorize any security or interest in security they may have being issued in a foreign jurisdiction. That's why people go and authenticate their fucking birth certificates. You can't take a United States security outside the United States without the United States being fully informed and authorizing it. You're already backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. Title 4, subsection 1, 2, and 3. Article 6, 1, 2, and 3. Supremacy Clause. You're already backed by the full faith and credit of the fucking United States. 40 Statute at Large 411, Section 7E. The Trust Indenture, which is known as the Trading with the Enemy Act. You already got the full faith and credit under the military occupation as a peaceful inhabitant. Executive Order 100 under the Lieber Code, Article 2, Article 31, Article 38. You already got your status. Now it's a matter of conducting yourself properly in a capacity that is recognized and standing on it. And having the documentation to affirm it. No gold coverage. The money so issued will not have 1 penny of gold coverage behind it. Now remember, everybody said, oh, we didn't leave the gold standard until 1971. They didn't leave the gold standard until 1971. We, the people, were removed from the gold standard in 1933 because this is an internal currency. We do not need gold to back our internal currency. We only need gold to settle our balance with foreign countries and to do future business. So when people say, oh, you can only discharge debts, you can only discharge what you already have. You can't just go run amok and issue instruments and get what you want. Bullshit. Because the very necessity that they took the gold from we the people, violating Article 1, Section 10, and the 4th Amendment, and the 5th Amendment, and the 7th Amendment, all acts of treason, was so they could, 1, settle their affairs, and 2, do future business internationally. So it wasn't just for their debts, it was for their future enterprise. Our people, not our persons, our people. They're talking the de jure side of the government right now. The organic constitution, our people do not actually use gold as a medium of exchange. That was none of their fucking business anyway. That's kind of like saying my neighbor doesn't screw his wife, so I'll go ahead and satisfy her needs because he doesn't do it. That's bullshit. And everybody knows that's bullshit. That's a rebuttable presumption. That's theft by taking while denying due process of law, violation of the 4th, 5th, 6th Amendment, 7th Amendment. Also constitutes cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment and is damn sure a 9th Amendment violation and a 10th Amendment violation. My neighbor doesn't ride his Harley as much as I think he should, so because he doesn't use it, I'm going to put use to it. I'm not going to ask for permission. I'm not going to give him due process of law. I'm not even going to give him notice and opportunity. I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. Paper money is just as good and is much easier to handle. Now, this much I agree with. Because here's our remedy. This is the restoration. Rights, titles, and interest. This is called justified theft of property, 4th Amendment violation, but is also our remedy. So, yeah, is there cause to be upset? Awesome, Sean. Equal consideration. Thank you. Equal consideration. Absolutely. And performance on their end. The United States Treasury in 31 CFR 357 clearly states they're indemnified because they always honor the trust indenture and agreement. They always issue the credits. And that's why Title 15, United States Code 1691 says you are never denied an extension of your credit. Ever. Ever. Credit's one thing, but you also issued a promissory note, which is new money of account. You're due and owing the promissory note back for its full value. Page 83. We're still the 73rd Congress, first session, volume 77, part 1. I told you guys, this is one of the most prolific documents of our time. Next to the Charter of the Forest, the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, the Declaration of Independence, the Organic Constitutions. This document right here is one that is ranked right up there with those founding documentation. I hope that I have given you the incentive this evening to go and read it for yourself, because there is so much to be gleaned from the discussions. T. McFadden is an American hero and a fucking badass. Okay? T. McFadden is like the, who was that in the CIA? He is like Edward Snowden or Julian Assange of his time. Ladies and gentlemen, T. McFadden in the 73rd Congress, first session, volume 77, part 1 is such a fucking badass. It is well worth going and reading. And there were a lot of enlightened people back then. Not just T. McFadden, but I draw attention to T. McFadden because he's like, we don't even know who drafted this son of a bitchin' bill. He was hot under the collar. And they were forced to sign it under the declaration of a national emergency. On March 10th, people will wake up and they'll be homeless. T. McFadden was, when I say he was a badass, he is a badass. He just wasn't a badass. He is a badass. T. McFadden is a badass. And he, in fact, sued the entire Congress. They attempted to euthanize him 8 or 9 different times through poison and other mechanisms. That's how badass this guy was. He was an American through and through for we the people. And he eventually succumbed to their attempts. I think on the 9th or 10th time they finally got him. Page 83. Drive against gold hoarders. This is where they're issuing threats, telling you what's going to happen. The gold that is given up by the people, not persons, by the people in the present crisis should be delivered to the government. It should be used to issue additional money upon which the people will not have to pay interest while it is in circulation. This is such an important statement. This was made by the Congress assembled. Okay, this is directly from the archivist. Directly from the publications of Little and Brown. The importance is to glean what they are trying to articulate here. We know that the new money is now notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, trade acceptances, with proper endorsements making them the Treasury obligations of the United States. Treasury security obligations of the United States. We know that. What are they talking about here about this additional monies? We're talking about the difference between the Federal Reserve, commerce, industrial, and agricultural, and the private side, not used for anything other than private household consumer goods and no other purposes are authorized. And that money will not have any interest on it because it's not going to be negotiated in the stock exchange. Okay? Interest is another word for taxes. This was the guarantee. James Trafficking is another one. You're right. James Trafficking. T. McFadden is right up there with James Trafficking. When the gold was given up, it created a trust relationship. We the people gave the value and consideration, but the gold is the shiny shit that keeps people looking in the wrong direction, because earlier we covered that it was a mortgage on all the property. So the gold is the shiny shit that distracts you from what really transpired and the real atrocity that transpired, which was the mortgage on everything. And this is why no financial institution can have a lien on your property, because we, the American people, are already in jeopardy of losing everything should the United States default, and that would put us twice in jeopardy. And as you know, the Constitution forbids being twice put in jeopardy. And there are plenty of United States Supreme Courts that state that. A foreclosure can't occur if there's a lien registered and recorded with the Secretary of State. No foreclosure sale can happen. Because before a foreclosure can happen, a surety has to come in and pay the debt to remove the lien in order for it to go to sale. I'm surprised they still let me talk. That's crazy. Neither Facebook nor TikTok has shut me down yet. Damn. I just gave you some of the most valuable information you'll probably ever receive. A foreclosure cannot happen while a lien is on record, whether it be in the county or with the Secretary of State. Because the lien holder has to be made whole first, and a removal of the lien has to be taken off of the collateral security or the collateral in order for it to go to a sale. It's like ordering a cheeseburger. You pull up to the window. You order a cheeseburger. The next thing that happens is, for your order, they're going to go ahead and exhibit some value and consideration and start making it. But the next step is your performance and payment. You don't get your burger first. You got to perform. Pay for it. Then you get your burger, removing the lien on the property. Then you get a receipt, which is actual cash value, proving you paid the excise tax. Now you go back to the IRS and report that you took care of a security obligation of a financial institution that's insolvent under Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and you are owing the earnest monies back in a tax return because you paid the excise tax on the goods. It should be used to issue additional money. Additional monies. 48, statute at large 112. Non-interest bearing. No Federal Reserve notes are then produced. It's a zero balance, even exchange, sum zero event, non-taxable, which the people will not have to pay interest, taxes, while it is in circulation. Because it's in circulation for a very limited time. As soon as it hits the Treasury, it's dead on arrival. Zero balance, some zero event. Not engaged in industry, agriculture, or commercial. For private household consumer goods and no other purposes are authorized. It's a special deposit to acquire those consumer goods needed. Whether it be out of necessity or want, makes no difference. Remember, the Bible tells us about gluttony, the 7 deadly sins. I'm only showing you this to show you their mindset after this so-called New Deal, new law. It was all business from here on out, and slowly converting rights into privileges and issuing a fee, aka slavery. A bill, House Resolution 9, to provide for the regulations of the common couriers by motor vehicles in the same manner as common couriers by railroad, to the Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce. To the Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce. We're talking commercial here. They're converting everything into agriculture, industry, and commercial. This is the importance of stating your intent, or by default, you automatically fall into these subcategories, which are all interest-bearing and taxes are due. Now, the 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1, as they're addressing the national banking emergency, they go into agriculture. Under Title 7, United States Code 163, subsection 31, it says, that an animal is any hairy, furry vertebrate mammal, which means breathes air, including but not limited to man. They put man under agriculture. They put man under agriculture in the United States Code. And where did they put man under? DHHS, Department of Health and Human Services, which was formerly known as Department of Human Resources. See, they changed it because politically at some point you guys were going to wake the fuck up. You were going to start to see that they calling you a product. Health and Human Resources? Well, I got chickens out in the yard. They're a resource, aren't they? There's cattle out in the field. They're a resource. The sheep there in the pen, they're a resource. Fuck are they talking about? We are Health and Human Resources. Remember, through an ancient system of pledging, they pledged your future precious valued time commodity as an asset. As an asset. So they could engage in international business. That's right, chattel and property. You damn Skippy. That birth certificate is also chattel. The definition for child is chattel papers that can be bought and sold. I'm going to show you how your credit application combined with your promissory note and your receipt is chattel security, or is a security which is chattel that is the primary obligation of the United States. And I didn't say it. Congress did. All you got to do is fucking read. No substitution for reading. None whatsoever. And I know because about 14 or 15 years back when I first got really going down this path, I spent over $50,000 with 4 or 5 other people buying everybody's documents and couldn't figure out why we were getting no relief. And some, as I figured it out over 12 months, that fuck, we're just going to have to do this ourselves because I know what they're saying is right, but maybe there's something not quite perfected in the documentation. So as we started reading for ourselves, we started realizing, holy shit, some of the parts of the document are correct, but the just having one sentence wrong in the document allows them to dismiss the entire document as being invalid, frivolous. And when I started reading for myself and creating my own documents, then I started kicking ass. Because I could point verbatim, word for word, where I got the information, and I knew it, and I could stand on it. So I'm speaking from firsthand, perfected experience. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of times I went to jail, it was because I relied on somebody else instead of trusting in my ability to read, retain, and utilize the information that I had gleaned from reading. So there's no substitution for reading, and nobody else can create your fucking documents for you. There are no silver bullets, trust me. At this point in my research and development, if there was a silver bullet, I'd have the motherfucker. There are no silver bullets. The system is intentionally designed that way because it's there. I call it the rods of God. It's there to create mental anguish and torment so you'll ascend of the mind and come back home. Without any pain, there is no gain. If you're comfortable, it means you've accepted things and you've settled for less. Being comfortable is a disease. We're only on slide 37. There's 340 some slides. I'm not going to get through them all. My whole intent and purpose of coming on this evening was to help you guys ascend to the mind and to show you that things are not exactly what you've been told they are. And to break it down in the best way I know how. Back to the basics, back to the foundation. So I don't have all the answers. I'm not the end all be all. I never went a day to law school, dropped out of high school at 13 years old. For all intents and purposes, as far as paper is concerned, you are gathering this information from an ignorant wretch. All right? I have no credentials, no qualifications behind my name at all. So take it for what you will and go and do your own research. Page 87, 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. a bill, H.R. 87. H.R. stands for House Resolution. Then you have House Joint Resolution, which is H.J.R. This is a House Resolution 87 to establish an honest money system. Fuck, that's almost laughable. But wait, they wouldn't say it if it's not true. They really did create an honest money system for we the people. But it's up to us to do our due diligence to find the remedy and the answer and the relief, where the medium of exchange will give equal benefits to every American citizen, and wherein the lawful money, that's Title 12 USC 411, by the way. This is where Title 12 USC 411 come about, right here, the lawful money. Redeeming lawful money, it's right here. It all happened in 1933. If you think this was concocted overnight, you're sadly mistaken. This was 50 years in the making prior to 1933. They didn't just come up with this overnight. And wherein the lawful money, what's the lawful money? Notes, drafts, bills of exchange, bankers' acceptance, trade acceptances, properly qualified and endorsed for special deposit to the Treasury for whatever you shall need of the government shall be used for the benefit of all of the people. It's a trust. It's a trust. Ladies and gentlemen, when they're acting as fiduciary trustees for the benefit of the people, it's a trust. To do what? To reduce the rate of interest, taxes on loans. To encourage agriculture and the ownership of homes, and for other purposes. To the Committee on Banking and Currency. Trust law is the highest law in the land, so saith the Heavenly Father. He created it first. Man just discovered it. They didn't invent it. They just reinvented the wheel, mimicked it, replicated it, and created a separate, single, and distinguished jurisdiction. That's it. That's all. The power to create can never be greater than the Creator. It doesn't say they can't use propaganda to ensnare you in their artifice and scheme and get you to become the debtor by your ignorance. To reduce the rate of interest on loans, to encourage agriculture and the ownership of homes. Not tenantship. If you haven't noticed, you're not even a tenant on the warranty deed, because the warranty deed isn't even in your true real name. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, joint business venture, joint tenancy deed, whatever it is, that's not your name. That's clout on title. That's a perversion. Under the color of title, under the color of a deed. They lied to you. They robbed you. That's why they're insured, so you can make your claim. And for other purposes. Those other purposes are always for the benefit of the people, but they abscond from saying them directly because it's protected by the 9th Amendment. Page 672, or page 672, termination of the act. I'm just pointing this out because if it's, if you go and read the 73rd Congress First Session, Volume 77, Part 1, and you don't have the commitment to actually read, to retain, and understand, you're going to miss this because you'll never make it to 672. This is a long, arduous task to read this because the way they spoke back then was different, and it's hard to keep up with it. You got to make a shit ton of notes to put it all together. It's like a big giant fucking erector set with no instructions, and so you got to make arduous lists and notations of things that were said, how they were said, what the intent and purpose was when it was said, and whether or not it was adopted. Page 672 of the 73rd Congress First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. This is for agricultural adjustment provisions. Remember how I told you, once they dealt with the national banking emergency, they immediately went into agriculture. Why? Because they're going to put man underneath DHHS, which then was Department of Health and Human Resources, so they could hypothecate the credit of the people into existence through a process of ancient pledging and mortgaging everything, including your precious valued lifetime commodity. Okay? Your energy. The seed from your loins, the eggs in your ovary, the blades of grass in your front fucking yard are all fucking mortgaged. Section 13. This act shall cease to be in effect whenever the President finds and proclaims that the national economic emergency in relation to agriculture has been ended. Now, they cloud it a little bit because they're saying this only pertains to agriculture. But it's not just agriculture. It's national economic emergency. It's the whole kit and fucking caboodle, ladies and gentlemen. And it can only be ended how? By proclamation of the President. Period. Doesn't matter what Congress does, the Senate, House of Representatives, the legislature. It doesn't fucking matter. Until the commander-in-chief of the largest standing fucking military in the world declares it to be so, the status quo remains. Don't believe me? Hold on. I got one for you. Page 786. 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1. 5. Termination of the issuance and reissuance of Federal Reserve notes secured by notes, drafts, bills of exchange, acceptances, or bankers' acceptances, which are not issued in direct benefit of commerce, industry, or agriculture. It's telling you right here on 786 that if you qualify your endorsement, it's a sum zero event. It's an even exchange drawing down on the Treasury as a preferred stock holder, as one having special drawing rights. 48, statute at large 112. Zero balance, sum zero event, drawing on the assets of the United States Treasury, which you rightfully are entitled to do. It's a right. And they're telling you that you better state that it's not for commerce, industry, or agriculture. You better state that it's for a special deposit for acquiring household consumer goods and no other purposes are authorized. Because otherwise, by default, they're going to say that it was commercial, industrial, or agriculture. They're going to register it on the Federal Reserve ledger as a security asset of the Federal Reserve Ledger Bank, and they're going to raise the national debt, converting your instrument, which is a United States security, into a general security, and they're going to reissue Federal Reserve notes based upon your over-the-counter security being ledgered on the Federal Reserve Bank as an asset in the stock market. Your declared stated intent on the instrument changes it all. And we're not just talking about the promissory note, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about the application for the extension of credit. Termination of the issuance and reissuance of Federal Reserve notes, which brings up the national debt and makes you an enemy belligerent combatant of the United States and of the Union of States and of the United States of America. Because why? You're raising the national debt, providing aid and assistance to enemies or allies of the enemies of the very principle that you are a preferred stockholder in. You're fist fucking yourself. But don't take my word for it. Go read page 786. It's right there. This is verbatim. This is what Congress said. They all agreed on it. Page 1147, termination of act. Remember how I showed you the Agriculture Act on 672? But I told you that it includes everything as far as the economic disaster. So the 73rd Congress, First Session, Volume 77, Part 1, 1147, termination of the Act. Section 13, this act shall cease to be in effect whenever the President finds and proclaims. Does it say when the Congress has assembled? No. Does it say when the legislature has decided? No. Does it say when the judicial branch has decided? No. Does it say when the executive branch has all come together and agreed? No. It says whenever the President finds and proclaims that the national economic emergency in relation to agriculture has been ended, and, pending such time, the President shall by proclamation terminate. This section very plainly indicates the President, and again, this isn't me, this is a member of Congress stating this. This section very plainly indicates that the President has the last word in connection with the operation of the bill. It's an act, it's a bill. It's been passed. It's active now. It currently stands because it's never been proclaimed by the President that there was an end to the national emergency. The again, this section here is not me. This is one of the congressmen. The determining of the end of the present economic emergency, as well as the terminating of the operation of this legislation, is all dependent upon a proclamation, which is why it says proclaims, by the President that the national emergency has ended. Title 12, United States Code 411, issuance to reserve banks, nature of obligation, redemption. Federal Reserve notes to be issued at the discretion of the Board of Governors. You have the authority to have notes issued, and the only one that can deny is the Board of Governors. This again reaffirms Title 15, 1691. You can never be denied an extension of your credit. Period. Point blank and simple. And if they're denying you an extension of credit, understand this, unless it has a letterhead from the Board of Governors saying denied, they just violated public policy, statute at large 40, statute at large 411, section 7E, and 48, 48, statute at large 112. And in turn violated Title 12, United States Code 411. You notice these 411s and 112s are all kind of congruent and run together simultaneously, saying the same thing, but it's a matter of knowing what is law and what is hyperbole or conjecture. Title 12 USC 411 is just conjectural horseshit. Doesn't have any force, weight, and effect of the law. I only show it to you to tie everything together so you can see it, to put the puzzle pieces together so you can see it. Of the Federal Reserve System for the purposes of making advances to Federal Reserve banks through the Federal Reserve agents, as hereinafter set forth, and for no other purposes are authorized. Federal Reserve notes are only authorized to be issued to other Federal Reserve banks and Federal Reserve agents, and for no other purposes are authorized. Congress is telling you that. The said notes shall be the obligation of the United States and shall be receivable by all national and member banks and Federal Reserve banks, and for all taxes, customs, and other public dues. Okay, so the Federal Reserve notes are for purposes of taxes. But wait a minute. You're one of we the people. The whole issuance of the elastic monetary system and new money was to prevent we the people from having any interest bearing on us, which would be taxes. So taxes are only for insolvent corporations registered with the Secretary of State. for commercial, industrial, or agricultural purposes. You can't charge me a tax on the issuance of my own fucking credit, for my credit is my credit. So where would they get the ability to tax me for it when we've already pledged everything to them so they can do international business? Anyway, I'm going to stop right there for the evening. I hope that helps shine some light for people. Like I said, there's a shit ton of slides, and I have other pressing issues on my hand at the moment. Just wanted to help you guys comprehend and understand how it works a little bit. Don't take my word for it again. I have no credentials or certificates behind my name hanging on a wall or on a placard. I didn't go to any Ivy League schools. Again, for all intents and purposes, as far as paper is concerned, I'm just an uneducated, ignorant wretch that knows nothing. So, do your own due diligence. Remember, there's no substitution for reading. I'm glad you guys joined me this evening. The rest of what comes up shows in Title 12, essentially how the Board of Governors owes you a duty, but it's really irrelevant. I mean, it's enforceable, yes. Do you need the information? No. Pretty much 1 through 33 was all that you really needed. So you can start to ascend to the mind. But anyway, love you guys. Thanks for joining me. Hope this helps you. For those of you on TikTok, you can go to my Facebook page. And if Facebook will leave it up, sometimes they take it down. It'll be on Facebook so you can go rewatch it. I have a whole class on this, obviously, as you see, where I spent 33 hours going through. I think we went through 120 or 30 of these slides where I break everything down, back down to its elementary level for everybody to comprehend and understand. Yes, before we go, just need about 20 minutes of your time. We can't go anywhere without this. All right. On the adverse side of the spectrum, when we're talking about equity, subrogation, substitution, and exoneration. This is posted on my Facebook wall. I'll break it down for you guys real quick. I think everybody should go read this and comprehend this. Remember, we started out this evening talking about capacities, right? Not status. Your status has already been fucking established. We're talking about capacities. All right? You have the right to move in any capacity you want. If you want to operate as a debtor, be my fucking guest. Understand it's a capacity. So, Gibson, suretyship, subrogation, substitution, exoneration. Subsection 962, Gibson, suretyship, subrogation, substitution, exoneration. Okay? Suits for exoneration of sureties. Entire good faith is required. Remember, we're talking about Title 50, United States Code 4305B2. The only thing that I agreed with in it was done in good faith. Everything that you're doing must be in good faith. At all times, with clean hands. Pure intent, all right? Clean conscience. Between debtor and creditor, these are capacities, okay? Now, this may get a little confusing. And so let me just clarify right now. You can be in a multitude of capacities, but you cannot simultaneously wear multiple capacities at once. It's kind of like wearing a cowboy hat and trying to put a baseball hat on top of it. You can't do it, right? Or vice versa. So you can choose one or the other at any time, and you can operate in that capacity. Between debtor and creditor, and sureties. How many of you realize that in your transaction, there are actually 3 capacities in play, but they only ever tell you about 2? Creditor-debtor. They only tell you about that relationship, those capacities. But in every exchange, financially speaking, there are 3 capacities. Debtor, creditor, surety. Okay? And you learn this on the secondary exchange when they get you to pledge your collateral, which would be the house, the car, the boat, the plane, the train, which is the first surety, right? And you are also the surety or operate in the capacity of surety because you pledged your assets to back the secondary conduit loan. Okay? Because remember, the extension of credit already happened through the credit application, and there was no need for you to pledge your collateral as surety for a secondary conduit loan. This is where they get you to engage in commerce without full disclosure. Using a menagerie of language and artifice and scheme devised to benefit them to your detriment and a benefit and gain to their principal. Talking about the bankers, the creditors, the financial institutions that are insolvent. They're known as creditors. And if a creditor does any act affecting the surety, or if he omits to do any act of duty which he is required to do by the surety, or otherwise bound to do, and that act or omission may prove injurious to the surety, or if a creditor enters into any stipulation with the debtor unknown to the surety and inconsistent with the terms means the binding contract and agreement, terms and conditions create a contract, of the original contract, the surety may set up such act, omission, or stipulation as a defense to any suit brought against him in a court of law or equity. Let's break that down for a second. Because most people will read this and they won't read to comprehend. They'll just read it to read the words and think they've had a eureka moment, and they will overlook the importance of what is being very clearly and eloquently laid out. They're going to contact you and say you're the debtor. Okay, that's slanderous and defamatory contact with you. Okay, but this can also work out to your benefit. So, as the debtor, the creditor is not allowed to contact the debtor without prior express written consent from the surety. Okay, the capacity of the surety. So the creditor getting a hold of the debtor is in fact a breach, and they're operating in bad faith. If they're renegotiating with the debtor unbeknownst to the surety, because remember there's three parties to the transaction, then the surety has not been fully availed, being denied due process of law, and the creditor is operating in bad faith, contacting the debtor, giving an extension of crime, an extension of time, which may prove injurious to the surety, which gives the surety an affirmative defense. Now, as the surety, operating in the capacity of the surety, you have the ability to write the creditor. And in this is so important because they're telling you that the debtor cannot give instructions to the creditor for which the creditor is obliged to execute. However, operating in the capacity of surety, the surety can give directives to the creditor, and the creditor must perform. See, the creditor is under no obligation to sue the debtor. Why? Because you're there as surety. If the debtor fails to pay the debt, which is the United States, by the way, which they never fail to pay their debt because they issued the credit right away upon the credit application, the creditor has no obligation to go sue the debtor until the surety tells them to. Because the surety has already pledged its asset as a collateral for a secondary conduit loan, making it a commercial exchange where you and the creditor go into a cooperative agreement in a joint business venture, which is taxable. They turned it into commercial, industrial, and agricultural without your knowledge, without full disclosure, which is a denial of due process of law. You go and argue that in the court, you may prevail, but chances are it'll flounder. But if you come at it this direction, from an equitable standpoint, in the capacity of surety, you have an absolute affirmative defense known as subrogation, substitution, and exoneration. So if the creditor goes into any negotiation or contract outside the established terms and conditions with the debtor, giving the debtor an extension of time or whatever the case may be, without the surety's knowledge, the surety can now be exonerated. When the surety is exonerated, it is equivalent to doing a rescission of signature. The rescission of signature is not on the note, the promissory note, the security obligation of the United States. The rescission of signature is on the collateralized security agreement, removing the collateral as security, as surety on behalf of the debtor or for the debtor for the secondary conduit loan. And therefore, the collateral, which is actually the first surety, which is typically the house, the plane, the boat, the train, the automobile, whatever it is then released from the collateral agreement, the security agreement, back to the surety, which is you. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense. I hope you understand that. You might have to listen to it multiple times so you can understand it. Because this gives you your perfect affirmative defense in a court, in law, or equity. So that if a creditor stipulates with his debtor in a binding manner upon a sufficient consideration to give further time of payment without the consent of the surety, you see that? The creditor can't contact the debtor without the consent of the surety. This is also found in Title 15, 1692, I believe it's C, consent of the consumer to be contacted. It's another way of looking at it. The latter surety will be thereby discharged if the arrangement might be injurious to him. Might be. It doesn't even have to be. It could be injurious sometime in the future, unforeseen. It just might have to be injurious. It might have to be injurious. Might be injurious to him. Mere delay on the part of the creditor at least if some other equity does not, to him, mere creditor stipulates with the debtor, yep, I got that. Mere delay on the part of the creditor, at least if some other equity does not intervene, unaccompanied in the negative. Remember, equity always acts in the negative, in typically dispositive statements, with any valid contract for such delay, will not, in the negative, amount to laches. Laches is binding. The tolling of time has happened. Statutes of limitations incurs. Well, in equity, there are no statutes of limitations. A wrong is a wrong. A trespass is a trespass and remains a trespass until remedy is had. Okay? Know how much time passes without lawsuit. You are still the surety. So as to discharge the surety for the creditor is under no obligation to press the principal for payment. The principal debtor is what they're talking about here. Okay? So with the creditor under no obligation to press the principal debtor for the payment, the surety, when the debtor defaults, is the one liable. And what they do is they liquidate the asset, okay, pledged as security for the secondary conduit loan. However, sureties are not obliged to wait for their principal, the surety, its principal is the principal creditor, otherwise known as the bank or financial institution, to bring suit, but are entitled to come into courts of equity after a debt has become due and compel the debtor to exonerate them from their liability by paying the debt. Okay? If a surety requests the creditor to sue forthwith, stating that he will consider himself no longer bound as surety, if the creditor fails to do so, he will be discharged by the creditor's failure to sue. If his principal was solvent when the notice was given, but becomes insolvent after the expiration of the time probably required to prosecute the suit to judgment, if it had been promptly instituted as requested. In other words, if the creditor doesn't go and sue the alleged debtor right away, and fails to do so, by admission, because of the stipulation from the surety is now exonerated. That's called due process of law. Notice and opportunity. You're giving them a directive and an order to go and sue the principal debtor to collect the funds, okay, or to collect the credits on account or what's due and owing. If they fail to do so, your caveat in there is that you will no longer be held as surety, which means it's just like the rescission of signature. They have to release the security interest pledged as collateral, which is typically the house, the car, the boat, the train, the plane, the automobile, whatever it is. All right? And you as a surety pledge that as collateral in the first instance for a secondary conduit loan that you had no idea was even being consummated. All right? And as such, you get the house and you are free from any further obligation as surety. Okay? So, elements to exonerate. Frame and form for bill of sureties. Okay? Form of bill for exoneration of sureties. The bill must allege, and these are the elements that the bill must meet. It must have these. All right? And there's 7 altogether. First of all, the header of the document always tells you, or the reader, the intent. So the first element is it must be a bill for exoneration of sureties. That's going to be the header of your document. That's element number 1. Number 2, the fact of suretyship and how arising. I signed the paperwork. I am not the debtor or name holder. Okay? That's element number 2. How arising the suretyship. You pledged the collateral as security and as principal surety, and you are also the surety because it's your collateral that was put up as surety. Okay? 2, the solvency of the principal debtor when the right of action on the obligation occurred. Right after acquiring something, you can automatically within 72 hours or after 72 hours tell the creditor to sue the debtor. Okay? If they don't sue the debtor right away, guess what? You're exonerated. 3, that after such right occurred, remember it's a right, occurred, and while the principal was solvent, complainant notified the creditor to bring suit at once on said obligor or obligation, or he, the complainant, would stand as surety no longer. That's notice and opportunity, due process of law. You're doing equity with clean hands. Give notice to the creditor to demand they bring suit, or you will no longer be or stand in as surety. Okay? And now you're going to dissolve the security agreement, and they're going to release your house, car, plane, train, boat, or automobile. 4, that after such notice, the creditor failed to sue in a reasonable time. So you're going to give your statement of interest in your notice of notice of their actions and failure to do so upon the order of the surety, who has the ability to compel the principal creditor to sue the principal debtor. Okay? 5, which is actually element number 6, that in the interim between such notice and the bringing of suit by said creditor against complainant on said obligation, the principal debtor became insolvent. And 7, should you're going to pray that said creditor's suit be enjoined and complainant discharged from liability on said obligation. And so that's your execution for your exoneration of suretyship. And it is, in a sense, statutorily speaking, this is equitable right of redemption. Statutorily speaking, is the same as Title 15, 1635 exoneration. Excuse me, Title 15, 1635 rescission of contract and signature. People keep thinking that rescission is they're doing a rescission on the promissory note. That's not what you're doing the rescission on. You're doing the rescission on the collateral security agreement, and you're returning the collateral back to you, releasing any lien or encumbrance that may be affixed due to the standing agreement or contract. All right? So that's surety ship. If you want to read the rest of this, go on my Facebook wall. I posted it tonight. I broke it down for you so you'll be able to understand suits for subrogation and you'll be able to comprehend how the process works. All right? Thanks for joining me this evening. Glad to be of service and assistance, and look forward to hearing all of your guys' success stories in the near future.